Hello, this is J.N.S, and we are back again. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are doing great. And yes, we I want to have a conversation. It's a very informal. It's not going to be too heavy on the mind. At least not for you, maybe for me. But I want to talk with Black Americans. I want to have a deep conversation, and in this conversation, I'm going to pour out my soul. Um, and I would be remiss to say that after I speak about some of the things that's on my heart, I'm pretty much letting it go. I'm just keeping it for the record. I'm very conscious that I'm live on the online in terms of some of the things I'm going to say, but nonetheless, I want to say it. And these are just words of advice and encouragement. You know, I know in my last video where I talked about like the $12 million reparations in California and political actors and whatnot, I started off asking like a series of questions relating to the reparations, and I just want to preface this by saying that they were rhetorical questions. There were questions I know the fucking answers to, and so do you. We know that $12 million wasn't no damn reparations and that it wasn't shit. We all know it was a horse and pony show. I said that on record on a 5 hour video a year ago talking about that, about what was all going to transpire, what was all going to manifest, and it all did. Clear as day. Every single last thing that I said was going to happen did happen over this year. And so, I wanted to say that if you when you hear me asking questions, it's not because I don't, so a lot of times I'm not saying I know everything because I don't. But when I was asking those type of questions about like, hey, what do you guys think about the $12 million reparations? Do you think this suffice? It was rhetorical. It was a rhetorical device to get people to think in terms of like, what kind of shit is this? For us to really see how much this shit has deteriorated in terms of uh, black political consciousness, black reparation space, black liberation consciousness, and black empowerment. It's totally devolved beyond anything that I can personally get engaged in terms of my energy because it's too corrupt. It's too corrupt for my energy. But yes, this video is going to be the lamentations of some sort or ruminations over my 12 years of the last 12 years of my life. Of literally time wasted and time just wasted energy on this conscious pro black shit, the conscious pro community stuff. And I want to give disclaimers and warnings for others who get in this space, especially women, and real people that are real, like actual black people that are dead serious. I have to say some things to you, those who are dead serious, who thinking loosey goosey like how I am, thinking, yeah, we about to go and help our people, we about to go and fight this system, we about to go and we about to tear it, recreate our own little stuff and build our uh, parallel infrastructures and our, I want to give some words of advice to you. You don't have to take the advice. You could say, well, you're a female, you don't really move or shake nothing, so we ain't really got to listen to you, and that's fine. You have a right to your opinion, but not to your facts. But yeah, with me, I'm coming to terms with the last 12 years of my life in terms of my own ideology and consciousness, and assessing, like the time that I spend and it's more so the energy thing, but like just the thought formations around my ideas about the world and the state of the world in terms of the things that of Black Americans and our place in America and our place in this caste system in this system and what it's all really about. And I do want to say that I do have something I really, if you're a Black American Indigenous or Black American Indian or anybody that has the Indian Indigenous thing going on, I really want to give a message to you in particular, especially if you are in that space as a scholar trying to quote unquote wake things up or run motherfuckers down. I really need to talk to y'all motherfucking asses too. And I don't know disrespectful stuff, so don't think I'm trying to be disrespectful in this conversation with Black Americans. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. But I'm coming to terms with the 12 years of my time spent in that this conscious community type shit, realizing that even into a degree, even though the black women empowerment stuff, even this black women stuff that I've always been on for the last 12 years, I had to come to terms with my boundaries and with just my whole outlook on the world, and that comes after realizing that the people you try to help, people I realize that the people I try to help line me up, and how the black gatekeepers and the controlled opposition that's in this mix is so prevalent and so subtle and well hidden, where the black Americans themselves, the black American community, either about it and don't give a fuck, or I think I'm at the point where I think you guys know and just decide just to not give a fuck. um and the amount of infiltration in the space, and even in the reparation space, to me it's to a point where I'm just literally uncomfortable. There's no questions about it. And to be honest, for those that have waken up soon, which I've literally had videos talking about how what was going to happen over a year ago, um knowing some things about this space. But there were people, I would say, in 2021 that kind of knew. Like, I remember a phone call with a person in 2021, two phone calls, relating to this reparation shit. One with a person where they said, yeah, we know about that African shit ain't true, but we got to make a business decision. Do you want your check? Do you want, like, it's a matter of business decision. What do we choose? This was a person that literally knows that they're part Cherokee and whatnot, and that had always rubbed me the wrong way. I ain't gonna hold you. I always was kind of like, business decision. I thought this was like a claim. Mind you, in 2021, I'm thinking this is our ancestors' claim. Like, here we go with this naive Black American shit that we do, the grassroots, this Black American, just an everyday average person that's just going into this space thinking about justice and what's right. You talk to gatekeepers, like people that's really in that shit, like that make a living off of that, like Eastern Stars, like people that's really like that worked in politics, that worked with government, that have ties to that shit. And you talking with people that got double your experience, like double your age. You may be 20 at the time. I was 29, and you talking with somebody in they motherfucking 60s, and you think these motherfuckers they know the world and they can walk circles around you, so they think. But they have a whole nother outlook on this shit. And they are gatekeepers. And they literally, I remember in 2021 where they said, yeah, we know about that shit. We know that Indians or whatever. We don't give a fuck. It's a business decision. The government said this is how we got to do it. This is how the fuck we got to do it. Do you want your check or not? You want a business? You want your money? Do you? And I'm thinking, like, I will never forget thinking, like, hold up, hold up, hold up. Hmm? Hmm? And I got real quiet and I got off the phone, and I was very confused, because at this time we thinking of the reparations, and we're thinking of delineation, and we're thinking of doing our genealogy, and then the Black American stuff. The genealogy and the Indian stuff was really big in 2021 on Clubhouse. It just was. It was so huge, uh on Clubhouse, as far as doing this genealogy stuff. And so I remember, at another point, I had another conversation with a person, and they said, and this always stuck out to me. And come to find out, like, it's years later, and they were right. They were like, them people are so corrupt. Like, they were telling me, like, they're corrupt. Anytime you want to make a deal or bend the truth to work with this government, that shit gonna fall apart. That's what they told me in 2021. Because I said, well, I think they know that about the history stuff, but they saying, because I remember saying, I'm like, they saying that we supposed to, make a business choice, and choose between, the narrative of with the way the government has it with this African shit, coming off of the 1619 boat in Jamestown and all this. And then, actually, some of us not ever finding none of that information in our genealogy, and some of us actually being rooted here. Some Black Americans said they never was a slave. Some Black Americans were slaves, but they said that they were were here. You know, they found tribes here. And so in 2021, I do remember them saying, "I'm telling you," she said, she's like, "You working with them, uh, them people are corrupt." She said that. She was like, "Them people are fucking corrupt, and that shit gonna blow back in their face. Is unrighteous." She said, what was the exact words? She said they want to work with a corrupt government on some shit that's a lie. And anytime you think you're gonna play politics and make a deal with this system, you gonna get the flame tear out your ass. And I, at that time, I'm thinking that's dramatic, because I'm not gonna hold you. In 2021, I knew about reparations. I had made a video in 2020 talking about damn reparations. I took the shit down, but I could, it's private. It's not deleted. It's just private, so I could show like clearly where I had been talking about this shit in 2020, and it had always been. I just been listening to reparations or people that talk about reparations honestly for a long motherfucking time. For a long motherfucker. I mean, come on. I mean, even before 2018 when ADOS came out. I had been even before then. Because I mean, people were always talking about reparations in Buffalo. I mean, the conscious community. I mean, there's always been talks about that since honestly since I was 19 motherfucking years old. We've been talking about reparations. It just obviously when they came on the scene, as far as ADOS, that was like whoa, like that's when it really took a mind of its own. And then you have but I had grew up always hearing about that. Obviously the Jill Scott song "Reparations," so that is let's take a long walk around. So we had always been thinking about that shit. It ain't nothing new, but I'll never forget when she said that. But I do have to say, in 2021, I wasn't um well versed in the political intricacies of terms of gatekeepers and how deep that shit was, and what kind of plays were being set up around me, and who's being set up, what kind of plays, and how the game goes. And you think the game is just in the music industry, you out of your motherfucking mind. The game is in fucking politics. The game is in the damn conscious community, and how these niggas will line your ass up too. Um, it's not just the music industry for those that know how to speak in code. And that's something I also had to learn. I didn't know that. These are just things I didn't know. And so I didn't know how severe in terms of when it comes to the plays, And so I want to talk about that because, you know, what I realized, I'm telling you, I've been observing this shit since I was 19 years old, as far as observing, studying it, being involved in it, even bringing a lot of dialogue and contribution and thought dialogue to the movement, where people was still, was just still ideas or whatever. It is what it is. I don't even care about that, right? And plus, all my books are published, and so there's records of who said what and when it was said, and then when somebody else started saying it. So we'll let history tell that part. But um, what I've learned, even in my 12 years, I'm I'm not gonna hold you. I get even more suspicious. Like the more pro black I see somebody just running around me, for me, knowing what I know now, it makes me more suspicious. It makes me more suspicious. Oh, either that person was like really, really, but I'm talking about like blackety black, just overdoing it, overselling it. I'm telling you, that energy makes me more suspicious after knowing what I know now in this space. It don't work on me. It don't make me think the person is more thorough. It doesn't make me think the talk doesn't make me think the person is more thorough. It's the actions. Um, because the way this system work is on division consciousness. The us versus them programming. It's some programming matrix. Us versus them. Caste system. It's definitely a caste system, and Black Americans have been systematically put at the bottom. So it creates low frequency. And so anyone of influence that you see in the mainstream that is even allowed, I want to make sure that my sound, because we're going deep, and I know they like to cut off my sound when I start talking about deep stuff. Okay. that anybody that's in the mainstream that would talk about like, oh, all this pro black and white supremacy, white supremacy, and da da da. What I'm realizing now that them people are under oath and that they know the truth that at the highest levels of how the system is ran, it's about bloodline and frequency. It just is what it is. And they don't, even those people themselves that espouse to actually make you think that they care about race and they care about pro black stuff, I know for a fact that they don't give a fuck about it. And black nobility still runs America secretly. Y'all don't have to believe that. Y'all don't have to care about it. And I'm telling you firsthand that these people have sold y'all out, and ain't nothing that I can do about it or any of us can do about it but check out of their wickedness and check out of their system. That's the only recourse. There's always a silver lining. There's always action. There's always progression. But the way that reparation space is set up right now, the way that it is, these people are on like when we. I'll say it this way because it's not everybody right, but you know, Black Americans in the reparation space. There was a schism around 2020. It's always been people waking shit up since 2020, by the way. But there were people in 2021 that checked out. It was a group of people that were reparationists or in the reparation space rather. They realized what the fuck was going on and they checked out early. Then 2022 comes. People get involved in the reparation space, heavily involved. They see things and then they start seeing shit not adding up, stuff not right, or stuff just feels like a psyop. It feels like a psyop, or it feels a little too orchestrated, or like it's bureaucracy behind it, or that is something off in terms of it's down. It didn't feel truly grassroots. And so in 2022, there was a group of Black Americans waking that information up. They were showing how Liberation Ventures, they were showing the MacArthur Foundation, they were showing how George Soros was behind some of this stuff, how the Rockefeller was behind some of this stuff, how the Democratic Party was behind some of this stuff, how this was a Democratic play to dangle a carrot in front of Black Americans' eyes. A lot of people was waking that stuff up, and it caused a lot of schisms. A lot of rifts between Black American indigenous and freedmen's and whatnot. But they were wanted to wake this stuff up. They thought they were going to run them down and force them to change what they were doing and bring out all this information, as a shaming way. And I thought it would work. And, people was showing like, hey, but why are you guys doing this? Why are you guys doing that? It's not adding up, or this is the true story. And what I'm realizing is, when it comes to, and I'm telling you, I've been studying this stuff and I've been looking at it, and I've just from experience in the awakening that I had to have to wake up and to see what the fuck was going on, is that these people, they are under oath. Like these, y'all talk about these black gatekeepers and whatever. These people are under oaths and contracts to principalities for their power. When you talk about like the Congressional Black Caucus and NCAAP and these legacy organizations that never do anything for you, and the Draco Moors. Yep, let's go there. The Draco fucking Moors. Um, when y'all get mad at them, like a lot of the grassroots, we were getting mad at them, like, oh, they not doing nothing for us. They never do nothing for Black Americans. They never look out for us. They're tethers or whatever y'all guys want to say. Oh, they're immigrants. Oh, they don't care. Some of them are not immigrants. A lot of them are full blown Black Americans, and they still don't give a fuck about your ass. But what I'm trying to tell y'all, and y'all don't have to believe it. Y'all could play dumb, bury your head in the motherfucking sand all you want. But I'm telling you that these motherfuckers is under oaths and contracts to principalities for their power and for the positions that they got and for the money that they got. And they will cling on to it. And a part of the deal is to not help your motherfucking ass. And I got that on record from someone saying that. And I'm not gonna tell you how and what, but if I'm dying, I'm fly. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I heard that motherfucker say that. We took an oath to not help the Negro. And I couldn't believe that. And I wish I had that recorded. I wish like some of the stuff that I heard people say in happenstance, and you just hear it and it go in one ear and not the other. And now I look back and study that shit, and I'm like, and these are people that's in the position to make or break that whole reparation shit on levels that they even conceal from your motherfucking ass. And I heard them talking like that, and I'm like, they on some old other shit. Like this is some shit that's way above our pay grade. You think you going into a situation and you dealing with people that's trying to do a bid or trying to get a deal so that they can move up to the next level within that government. And if that means they got to offer up some unsuspecting random ass black grassroots activist or black grassroots scholar that don't know shit up as a sacrifice, that's what the fuck they will do. These people, these people are not playing, and it is about a bloodline. And I keep trying to tell you that black nobility still run America secretly as the shadow of part of the shadow government. Y'all don't have to believe me. Y'all could say, "Oh, that's crazy." Shit, it is what it. Y'all can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. But I'm telling you that this it's CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, and the NCAAP, and these legacy orgs and these Draco Moores, y'all can call them coons and sellouts. They don't give a fuck about nothing you talking about. All that, oh, they coons and they sellouts and they this. They position is solidified because they are part of the system. They have an oath. They have a deal. They long as they do what the fuck they gotta do, they are taken care of. They scratch their government's back. The government gonna scratch their back, and they taken care of and they protect it. And it ain't nothing that any of us can do about it. You know. And these people, they have a contract to fulfill to keep them entities off of their back and it coming for them. So when the government tell them to do certain crazy ass policies or shit that they know is not going to help Black Americans, they will do it, and that's what they've been doing. We complain about it. Oh, why they do this to us? Why are Black Americans? Why our Black Congressional Caucus not helping us? Oh, it's because they tethers. That's that myopic childish shit they want. If you think it's because they damn tether, what an immigrant or whatever. No, 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 no. They clicked in the bloodline, or if they wasn't, if they really are an immigrant, they still made a deal. They still took an oath, and as long as they do what the hell they have been asked to do and told to do, they ain't gonna have no problems. We the ones that's running around here, free souls, trying to get justice and looking for, our liberation. And we know we've gotten the shitty end of a deal. A lot of us they have been ordained sacrifices from birth, or, we just grassroots niggas. We may grew up in the hood or grew up with fucked up childhoods and shit, and we see what was happening to our people and looking around us. And then I'm from Buffalo, New York. Buffalo is very stratified along racial lines. Buffalo is very fucking racist. Like it just is. Buffalo has always been that way. Buffalo is the third racist city in New York. Uh, yeah, I want to say it's top two or three. It's one of the most racist cities in the damn country. Buffalo always been fucked up. The frequency in Buffalo has always been fucked up when it comes to melanated people. It has the black people, they carry themselves in a downtrodden kind of way, and some of them it radicalizes them because if you're really smart, you're going to see certain things and it's going to piss you off. And so there's some Black Americans in which it pisses them off, and they're like people like me, like there's people out of Buffalo that are very conscious, that know shit, but these people, like, we sit up there and going back and forth with these people, and they already know things that we don't know. They are clicked in and we are not, and so they don't give a fuck about none of that stuff we talking about. Like, oh, we be calling them a coon. Why y'all not helping us? Why y'all don't care no policies that care about us? Why y'all doing that to us? Why y'all da 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 da? Yeah, they don't care. They don't. And so, um, I remember Abule had, I was on the phone uh, a year ago, and one of these Boule members that's really clicked in with the government had tipped me off. Like, you know, and this is if on paper, if y'all was to see it, y'all would think, oh, he's about Black consciousness, black, black, black. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Oh, that's dope. That's the Black. I'm thinking I'm in a situation where I can actually be able to help the Black business class and work with Black people, and that's what I wanted to do, and that's what I was so excited about. I mean, that was literally like I'm a very simple person. I'm not one that's trying to, I literally, that was my dream, to think that I'm going to be able to, be able to work for a black person and be able to help do something that I'm thinking is going to be able to be helpful for the black business class, and that's what I thought, and that's what I was really excited about. And I tell this story all the time, so I probably like, yeah, you must be really, it's a healing stage for me. We talking about 12 years of this shit, and but for my same motherfuckers to try to line me up. So yeah, there's some healing. But I have to say, like, he tipped me off that it was kind of like, we don't care about that. Like, it's about profit. Like, we don't care about that. And to me, how, like, honestly, the exact words was like, we don't care about that. It's about profit. But why would we care about that? Why would we? And I'm thinking, and I remember kind of like glitching and out uncomfortable. Like, I was really, really, really uncomfortable. Like, really incredibly uncomfortable, thinking like knowing what he was saying and having to read between the lines, and not liking that, like not liking that energy, and thinking like, huh, it was so confusing to me, but he tipped me off and was kind of like pretty much like, yeah, you can do that black shit for those peasants, but it will be them same people that. And I mean, he ain't say all that, but I'm thinking like, you all this pro black shit, they about a bloodline. Because honestly, it'll be them same people that's gonna sell your ass the fuck out, including your family. There's a lot of our people, a lot of Black Americans, our money is funny. So when they broke, and we talking about literally broken spirit, because I don't, the broke the money thing. If people tie their value because they have money or not, then that is somebody that is broken in spirit. I can tell you that right now. If you tie your value and your self worth to whether or not you have money or not, and you think that that means something in consciousness from the outside looking in, that to me is a broken spirit. Especially someone that would go so far as to take money to line some innocent person up, or take money to sell a person out, a black American out, or the family member take money to turn on their own family. This has happened to me. I'm speaking from fucking experience. So I know what this shit feels like, in terms of like the energy behind it, how treacherous that is. That's a treacherous fucking energy to deal with, to be going into something thinking that you real loosey goosey and you about to help your people, and you real happy to be there. You're just happy to find some black Americans that you think like you, and that you think love you, and that you think gonna look out for you, and you gonna look out for them, and they don't give a fuck about your motherfucking ass. They want to sacrifice your ass. They want to ride off of your energy and take your gifts and take all the shit that you have or that you can do, and ride off of that stuff and catch your spirit. And these motherfuckers, I'm telling you, these niggas will sell you out for a McDonald's cheeseburger with fish fillet sandwich and french fries and a fucking gift card from Amazon. This is what black, I'm telling you, this is what you're signing up for. As a black American activist and scholar that's real. That's, I'm talking about, not one that's trying to go and get a job from the Republicans or the fucking Democrats, or trying to create a job for yourself, or trying to create some weird ass oath taking secret society, all that weird shit. I'm not talking about them type of niggas. I'm talking about somebody that's just innocently trying to go in, just like how Malcolm X was innocently going in, and had a bunch of fucking weirdo ass vulture and jealous ass niggas around him. I'm talking about that type of shit, where people will line you up. The motherfuckers around Asada Shakur, who purposely, the government literally sent plants around her to get her on drugs to fuck up her life. They literally did that on purpose. And so I'm talking about that type of energy. If you are someone that is dead ass serious, and more in the space of working from the heart space, from the soul space of wanting to just see your people really have the just do, seeing your communities thrive. We talking about intentional communities, growing internal economy that we have on our own that's thriving, seeing our people happy, children playing at the park, black Americans having fun at the park and grilling, and black Americans, in the pool swimming and stuff like that. You just want to see good times and shit. Your motherfucking ass is gonna be heartbroken in this space. I'm telling you, your heart is going to be fucking broken, and you may even motherfucking be set up to be killed by your own people, and by these fucking ass black gatekeepers that you think is so pro black and that you think is so cool. And these people are fucking Masons, and these people took an oath to this government. These people are informants. These people are controlled opposition. And when the government tell them that they got to go after you, that's a part of their deal. That's a part of them staying where they at to keep what they have. They have no problem coming after your motherfucking ass, especially a naive motherfucker. And I'm talking about someone like me. I was very naive. Okay. And I'm telling you that they will have the people around you sell your ass out for pennies on a motherfucking dollar, especially if you poor and you got a bunch of broke ass niggas around you and they not gifted, but they see you got all the gifts, or they already turned out by the fucking government and they want the government to do you the same way they have been done in terms of the deal that they made with the fucked up government. And now they want you to suffer that same fate. And so they throw roadblock after roadblock and put your ass on the fucking blacklist. And so, yeah, I mean, y'all, I'm just letting you know if you're an innocent ass bystander as Black American, as just thinking you about to go and help your people and all this shit, and you go around in that reparation space, you better be fucking careful. And that's all I'm gonna say to you. Just like I wish people did kind of tip me off. Like honestly, if I would have listened in 2021 to that girl said them people are corrupt. They want to make a corrupt deal with the government based on a lie, and the shit ain't gonna work. She said that in 2021. People packed her up and dragged her for saying, was dragging her and shit. But she was right. She was actually right. Now, when it comes to our friendship, I don't think that she handled things right. I don't think that I necessarily handled things right. But I don't think that she handled things right. And I don't think she was really no damn good friend to me. And so I cut it off. No, I never told any of her business or what would happen or why we fell out or none of that nonsense. Um, but nonetheless, yeah, she said that, and I think like that was should clued me in. But I did think because I know at that time she was being pushed out of relevancy in terms of the reparation space, in terms of her speaking. And the thing is, it's not so much the person that's getting pushed out is wrong or crazy or don't know what the fuck they talking about. It's that these fucking gatekeepers gotta play, and so anybody that is a threat to calling them out or seeing what it is, they'll block you and they'll get you out the way. And so they were doing that to them on Clubhouse in 2021. They was doing that in 2021, like calling people pretendians, calling people uh, that pretending was a big thing. And so, you know, people had tipped me off about what the space was about. You know, it was much deeper to what people were seeing, and people were speaking code. And so at that time when you hear a lot of code, I don't at that time I didn't understand code. So when people were saying, oh yeah, Satan looking for a sacrifice, and that watch them people around you or that group, research everybody in that group that they put you in and all that, I'm looking like, what the hell going on? Because nobody would just outright say something. And with me, I don't like that kind of energy, and that's why I don't deal with secret societies and anything relating to oaths and anything that will put you in contracts and pacts. And I don't like that energy. It's a creepy energy to me. It's never going to serve me, But I guess other people, they understand that world and they understand it's a double world and that they live in that world, and I don't understand that world, and so they have to talk like that, all in code and all in cryptic and all that. And I'm not cryptic like that. I'm like, what the fuck? Just say what the fuck. Like if somebody was trying to, sacrifice somebody and I saw it, I'm gonna just tell they motherfucking ass. I just warn somebody that I see that I know that they setting the play up on. And if they don't listen, they don't fucking listen. But I did my part. Maybe they already made a motherfucking deal. So maybe I'm just talking to a brick wall because they probably already under oath. I don't know. But I tried to warn them. I tried, but I was just more blatant. I wasn't like, yes, oh yeah, the devil wants souls, all that shit, and you don't know what the fuck going. I mean, that's obviously kind of blatant if you know what it is, but if you're not in that world, you don't know what that means. You still have to break that code down on what that all means, because then you just think of somebody being a religious nut, right? Maybe not you, but like in 2021, I just thought, you're just being religious. Like I don't know about what the fuck is you talking about, you know. But you'll see that. You'll see people, I've seen people try to warn you and warn me rather. And I just, but for me, I'm a very blatant person. Like this is what they do. This is how this work. This is what they and I if I have to suffer the consequences, in a lot of ways I have. For speaking out because I'm like shit, fuck it. Like they about to try to get you under oath and get you to and take a deal with this system. And if you a thirsty ass bitch that want fame and fortune through them instead of getting it on your own merit through your own gifts when you're already gifted. If you take that, whatever they offering you, it's gonna be pennies on the dollar and ain't gonna be worth shit. And you playing yourself in the end. You playing yourself. And so, if that person listens or they don't listen, that's not on me. I did my part. I saw the play. I saw how they trying to set her up. I saw how they trying to do the same thing they did to me that they trying to do to her with that crazy, calling her crazy and calling her this and setting it all up around her. They setting it all up. And if she fall for that shit and don't take heed to just build it out on her own and taking the chance out on her own or whatever she want to do or whatever the goal is or whatever she thinks she's doing, she don't want to listen, she get devoured by that, by these people. That's I don't know what else to say because these people are not your friends. I'm telling you. In that reparation space, them niggas that's around you, a lot of them will sell you out for a McDonald's cheeseburger sandwich and a fucking gift card from Amazon. Them broke ass niggas, and a lot of them is not the broke ones. It's like the gatekeepers. They the kind of the masterminds behind the stuff, and so they're the ones offering that kind of stuff for those to pounce on some of the people that they want out of the play. And so, the gatekeepers, they're doing it for the jackpot, as they say, going to the casino and wanting to get the jackpot. Um, in New York, I'm speaking in code, but yeah, them niggas will sell you out because they think about their own self preservation and they know they in a fucking janky ass contract and fucked up deal, and they you think that they a celebrity, they got the influence, but behind the scenes, I know that them people is fucking miserable. I would never forget one of them boule niggas has told me. She said, "All them boule niggas, all they do is just do drugs all damn day, coke and fucking do drugs and have a bunch of fucking drama and fucking orgies and shit. They don't be doing no damn work. Don't nobody do work at that level. It's about a bloodline. You do what you ask, you do what you told, and they tell you to they send that shit to your app on their phone, and they tell you to go do this, go do that. You ain't got no motherfucking free will." And so, but you got your position, your money, your big ass house for 6 figures, 7 figures, whatever it is. You can't speak out on shit. You can't tell the truth about nothing. And so that's a horrible deal to me in my eyes. But I've seen in that space where it started to manifest. And again, it was a demarcation between the Black American grassroots or average day, everyday fucking Black Americans and these fucking boule gatekeeping ass niggas, these Masons and Eastern Stars, and they are in the reparation space. I don't care how much Mark Carter want to say, "Oh, we got to get them out. We got to get D9 out. We got to get the Masons and Eastern Stars out of our lives and not." You are talking crazy. You are talking absolutely crazy if you can't see that that is all that's around you in that space. That is all that's running that reparation space. That is a bloodline, and it's unfortunate, but Black Americans, you have no leaders, and you you had leaders, but you kill them off. You help the government line them up, or you drive them to the brink of where you want to literally go around and do smear campaigns on them. It's just because they know the truth, or they cover for that y'all want to cover for, well, whoever y'all want to cover for, and y'all just want to say that they crazy so nobody pay attention to the truth that they speaking because y'all scared. That's a very cowardly thing to me. I don't like that cowardly energy. And for us to walk around saying we don't need no leaders, the code is the leader. We're in any society when you're trying to build any sort of intentional community or any sort of hierarchical structure or any sort of organization where you, even if in a decentralized sense, where you don't have no motherfucking leader, and if you don't have the leader, as far as someone that can speak for the collective, of a representative that speaks for the collective, I don't think we do need that in that sense. But in terms of people that could come up with blueprints and processes and be looked at as the leaders in that sense to develop sound logical code that is relevant to the Black American, yes, you absolutely need that. What kind of what y'all tell me? I'll never forget. I wish I could show y'all how stupid these people are. And it's like, is this it's frustrating, and that's why we have to preserve our energy as light workers, as chosen ones, as primordial beings. We gotta preserve our motherfucking prana, because I literally just saw a black American say the code is what you think is gonna serve you, what you think is going to be best for you, for the community, and then what you're not going to think is best for the community. That's not the code. What kind of subjective ass bullshit is that? In that case, anybody can subjectively say, "Hey, I think this is best for the community." That's the code. Oh, that's not best for the community. That's not the code. Oh, who's the arbiter of that? Who's the arbiter? What committees do y'all have in place? What systems and processes do y'all have in place to implement what is considered the arbitration of a good code? And in that sense, yes, you do need a hierarchical leader blueprint. Yet we can agree and vote on what is going to make it in the code, what is going to make it in the blueprint, the framework, how we follow it, the rules, the voting parties. Um, Kind of like if you were to set it up in even in a decentralized autonomous organization where you have no actual leader, you still got tokens and rules and regulations and things that has to be followed in order for the whole thing to work. And we don't have that as a community. Anybody can come and just say, "Oh, this is the code." Like, I'm telling y'all, and it's ridiculous because you keep saying this is the code, that's the code. And okay, we talk about Millie Fuller's compensatory code. That was a very specific context under a very specific situation. That's not something that leads to. That's not a framework or a blueprint. This is no disrespect to Millie Fuller at all, but that's not no blueprint or no framework for building no damn enterprise architecture for Black Americans, for no internal economy. Even if you go with Powernomics, you still have to upgrade the information, and you still need to have a governing body. Committees do kill a lot of the innovation in startups, but because you always think about like consensus, and consensus is hard to get, but not even a startup, but in any sort of organization. But in enterprise architecture, you're going to need the centralized autonomous committees, or in a sense. And um, you still have to have, like, you set a blueprint, you come up with a framework, and you work it in an agile way where when things don't work out, you pivot, it work kind of structural. It's not mechanistic in the sense, but like it's a very process oriented, very logical oriented, very process oriented um, frame, way of being is in what I'm talking about. And I know our people are not structured people, and I get that. But when we talk about like, when we talk about a code, and now people don't want to think that hard and think that deeply, especially maybe the grassroots hood niggas. I know they don't want to think that deeply, but somebody has to, in terms of getting it. I mean, talking about like empowerment, like if niggas really want empowerment, that's what I'm saying. Like if y'all real serious, don't get in this space. Just focus on your own divinity and your own self, just like how I'm about to do. Because I'm telling you, like these people don't care about none of that shit we talking about. Like I have literally built out full blown like frameworks, like enterprise architecture for Black America. Alchemy Reservoir and Trusted Melanism is more so for it's for Black Americans, but I ain't gonna hold you. It's for melanated people globally who want to work together if they so deem so necessary, if interests and goals align. Um, but I know that obviously the government watches what I've been doing, and they felt like I was a threat, and whatnot, and I don't know if they still do, or if they think, oh, we need to neutralize her a little bit more through their isolation tactics. And they want people to say I'm crazy when I'm telling the truth. Ain't nobody go up against me intellectually or spiritually. That don't mean I can't be touched, but I'm saying like the truth. Like what if someone was to try to you know label me a certain way, and then I would talk with them, and then we would go and go and carry out facts and research and stuff. They would fumble. They wouldn't even stand a fucking chance. And they know that, they know that very much so. The government even knows that. The government very much so knows that. But, you know, we have to think of those things. Like you come up with all this stuff, and then you thinking you about to go and help your people. And them people, they can't. they don't even, either they don't have the mental capacity to get you to where to you know to say if like you're a real brilliant Black American and you're young and say you have someone that's like these gatekeepers or people that already have maybe networking connections. um, Either they are not even allowed to help you, or they see you as competition and a threat, and so they want to get you out the paint and shut you down and blacklist you. It's either one or the other. Either they can't help you because the government will tell them you can't do anything with this, can't help her, you're not about to implement none of those frameworks, talk about none of that stuff about the enterprise architecture for Black Americans. Ain't, you know, I'm not about to do nothing significant in that sense about building no parallel infrastructures, no defense. I mean, I literally wrote a book talking about how we gonna do our own defense, how we gonna do our own barter economies using updated, not just barter economy the ancient way, but like using updated app and QR codes and how do we do our own tokens. Like I thought about this stuff um significantly, and I noticed people just getting kind of like hostile, like gatekeepers, not everyday Black Americans. Everyday Black Americans respect me, but I noticed like a lot of them gatekeeping type niggas, like them bulle type niggas, like they just started getting real quiet and real weird around me, just real fucking weird, and that's because they were behind the scenes thinking of the way they was gonna line my motherfucking ass up and take my shit and have my family sell me out or whatever they were gonna do. But I have to say this, Black Americans, you don't have no leaders in today's time. You got nothing, it's nothing but controlled opposition all around you. It's so sad too, because y'all can't even see it. Like it's so obvious to me because I'm on a whole nother level of caliber of being. And that didn't make me, any better or superior or anything, but I just know that my mind works very differently. I can see shit that other people can't see. I do a weekly tarot video on my channel every week, and every week I can literally predict shit before it fucking happens on a weekly damn basis. It's very uncanny. Even people in their personal life come get readings for me, and I can see stuff very clearly to a T before they tell me. If they don't tell me the information, sometimes very detailed information. And I'm not saying it's only with, I'm saying some of my clients. I can't say everybody who come and ask me something, I'm just gonna know something, But there's something there's clearly, I say this to say that when I say I can see certain things in this reparation space and in this whole pro Black that conscious shit, I can see that shit. And the fact that either y'all know it and y'all see it and quiet about it, or you just fucking stupid. And so I need to know which one it is. I really do. And I can't take that cowardly energy, because I do know the biggest pediment to any Black liberation is the Black fucking nobility class. If you can't break through that, you ain't getting shit. And that blue A class is nothing to fuck with, and they will line your ass up and kill you. And they not playing with y'all. Like y'all, they not playing with us, because I'm telling you from experience how they do you. And you thinking that you about to go up there and you about to sit, you about to we about to all be on code and talk and build something for our community. And them people are ops, man. Them people don't care about nothing about no damn building, no damn community. And the fact that y'all either know that and y'all just going along to get along because y'all think that's your opportunity to jump from one level to the next level. So pretty much you don't have no problem selling your soul or selling out or making a deal and getting into a contract or an oath, which you have no idea what that shit is about. Um, and where you gonna literally give up your motherfucking free will for some clout and some influence that you think you about to have, and you about to be controlled like a bitch. So either you doing that and you ready to go and just make your deal and ready to go and you know what the play is and you know the game and you just gonna keep quiet, or you're naive and don't know shit like I didn't know shit and somebody got to tell you, or you just a coward and you know these things but you scared to speak out and you scared because you scared of what's gonna happen. Um, the first one that I mentioned, if you one of them niggas that just want to go so that maybe you can get your next, I mean, whew, I mean, you have no idea the hell you about to sign up for. You are literally signing over your free will. The second one, if you just don't know and you're naive, then you just don't know and you're naive. Now the third one, if you a person that's just scared, then you're just a coward. You're just a coward, and You know, that's the you're not someone that is going to be uh, paramount to the machinations of the propulsion of this damn universe, because people that change the world, they are bold and they speak out and they speak the motherfucking truth and they innovate and they think of things in a clear, in a unique way. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can't kill someone for being fucking brilliant, more brilliant than the next person, or because you feel they a threat. And that's what I don't like about like this government, because I keep telling y'all that they have um actually I keep telling y'all about this program that they have, new forms of COINTELPRO, where they have Project Phoenix and these different sort of Monarch programs and MK Ultra programs, and they psychological non lethal. Um, Let me share this actually program that they have, and for y'all to just act stupid like that, all I'm just saying is just making this shit up. When this is Ted L. Gunderson, the chief of the fucking FBI, who talked about everything that I'm talking about, who literally whistle blew what is going on in the FBI and the DOJ, and how they have these like gang stalking programs, and how it's funded by the NSA and citizen corps and corrupt neighborhood watch groups and fusion centers and the Echelon program, Carnivore system, Tempest systems, the monitor how the surveillance work and how they conduct gang stalking all day, 24 hour a day rogue criminal enterprise that the government is operating, and they put you on the blacklist. It was a part of the Patriot Act. It got extended under Obama, but they totally went rogue with this program. I mean, the program has gotten so out of control. When I say that, literally, the program will be shut down and exposed. They literally just put anybody on this list. Like if you're in a secret society, or you or have connections to the government or anything, if you offend somebody, you say the wrong thing, they just put your ass on a motherfucking list. If you ain't connected, or oh, so and so did, just put them on the list, and they will. At that point, they have this. I mean, this stuff is in front of you. They have a regional information sharing app on the phone where they can track your whereabouts through phone taps and satellite surveillance and whatnot. And when they want someone to come and fuck with you, they can harass any individual in the country. Ted Gunderson said he had documentation of this, and the U.S. operating at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, central command located within several multiple satellite offices. This is how the COINTEL program works for Black Americans, and for it targeted individuals, Americans who speak out about the truth, who know too much, who and they tell you how they go and get these individuals. This could they put anybody. You can be a journalist. If you talk about controversial issues, you can go on this list. If you are an activist, if you are a scholar, attorneys, if you are unpopular client, or if you say something the wrong thing about like a powerful person, you're gonna go on that list, and you will be gang stalked and whatnot. And so you have illegal rewriting of business. I have dealt with this. Illegal rewriting of business. I'm telling you for a fact that I've dealt with. They rewrite my business all the time. Unconstitutional phone taps, private phone calls, illegal audio bugging, surreptitious entries into home. I dealt with surreptitious entries into home. Office and vehicle visual surveillance in a home conducted by miniature remote wireless cameras. Like they talking about all this stuff in this program, and this was the affidavit signed by the chief of the FBI, Ted Gunderson. You see it right here, senior special in charge, Federal Bureau of Investigations. They killed him for trying to wake this program up of people doing gang stalking. And guess what? The reason why I'm talking about this, Black Americans, because this shit has infiltrated our community with this stuff, and with like targeted harassment and what they do to get people to turn on one another. And I'm just disgusted with it because I didn't know about. I mean, I knew. I heard people would tell me things, right? You would always hear people mention stuff in passing, but I didn't. You have to experience this to actually know it. And then the cruelest thing about it is it's like it's a plausible deniability thing. So the thing is that they want you to speak out about it because you don't have any proof, and you'll sound crazy because it's done through covert psychological no touch techniques. The biggest one is gaslighting. The biggest one is to call you crazy. The biggest one is to literally try to set you up to get you committed. They'll pay off the government won't have a problem paying off anybody in your family to get this shit done. They'll pay off anybody. They'll blackmail anybody in your family. They'll pay off anybody around you. And I know for me in my situation, being put on this list, I don't quite know how it started, when it started, who put me on the list. I know that there are people tied to it. I've been able to conduct my own list of people that I know were involved in what happened to me. And I do know that it was people that I was close to, people that I follow, people I thought were friends and family. I already know all of that. And so I have a list, and I know that there are people, even in the reparation space, that know what the fuck I'm talking about, that want to play dumb. And I'm not trying to get y'all on no radar like how I'm on a radar or whatever, on a Five Eyes intelligence watch list or nothing like that. I don't give a fuck. These people can't. Y'all don't understand frequency and resonance, and like I said, an interdimensional. What it means to run something interdimensionally. So y'all don't under. I try to wake that up. Give it 500 years, I guess. I don't know. Um, for you guys to actually make sense of what I'm saying. But it's there. You guys know what I'm saying is true. It's just that you have to play dumb. And I think that that's, to me, that's the disgusting aspect of it, because like what I see happening in the Black American community, and the biggest impediment is your Black controlled opposition, and it's the niggas that be the blacky black shit. That's the ones that's the most, to me, for what I'm realizing in my 12 years, they're the most dangerous. It's not the Candy. I always like to come at Candace Owens and was it Larry Elders and the Jesse Peterson and the Silk and fucking Diamond. Like you could see them motherfuckers from a mile away. I'm telling you, the big you and it's so obvious. And the fact that y'all don't say nothing or do nothing, and that makes me think y'all are some stupid motherfuckers or people that are corrupt and soul sellers and oath takers yourself. And I can't fuck with it. Human traffickers yourself. I can't fuck with that. I'm like, okay, why y'all, you can't possibly be that fucking stupid. And so either you just a motherfucker that's down for the get down, or you will motherfucker that line other motherfuckers up to and try to say other people crazy for speaking the truth and waking some shit up about y'all corrupt ass niggas. And so I can't take that energy. Like, y'all biggest impediment to liberation and to reparations is your Black gatekeepers. It's your boule, but not the boule in the way y'all motherfucking think it is. It's the I'm telling you, when it comes to that reparation space, it's the motherfuckers that you think is so pro blacky black, and that's how y'all gonna get y'all comeuppance, and that's how y'all gonna be sold up right up a creek and up a river. And don't say nobody try to warn you, because I don't want to hear nothing. Y'all literally following someone who just last week told y'all that he is on cold with himself. He literally said, "I am on cold with myself," and literally justified the killing of Malcolm X in his video just last week. One of these big ass followers that y'all love the sacred cows that y'all idol worship at this point. You're in the cult and you are idol worshiping. They literally justified the killing of Malcolm X. And if they try to go back and take the video down or take that out, I got the original fucking copy. This person literally told y'all right to y'all face, fuck what y'all talking about. I'm going on Vlad and I'm on call with myself. And then try to justify the killing of Malcolm X, a bodhisattva, for calling Elijah Muhammad out. Didn't even tell the whole story, because Malcolm X came at Elijah Muhammad for talking about what they was doing to them young girls. Let me see if my sound's still on, because I know they like to come for me for talking about they stupid sacred cows. They oath taking boule fucking sacred cows. But didn't even tell the full story that Elijah Muhammad was messing with young ass girls. And he lied, and that was where the real fallout happened. That's, he didn't even tell the whole story, but then told us, we got to stay away from boycott DJ Vlad because he's a feds and he's in he is a culture vulture and do all these things, and how he got his own platform and how he don't need them and they don't, da da da, and then go fucking up on there. And then because now someone said it, try to give them credence, now we got to act like DJ Vlad is okay in our community, or that we got anything of importance to say to him after how he lied on Minister Farrakhan, and it was already known when Lord Jamar and Godfrey said they weren't going on there. And I have a video from years ago saying, "Hey guys, Jeffrey and Lord Jamar told us not to go on there. Let's not go on there, and let's not watch him ever since because they said don't watch him based on what happened with Minister Farrakhan." And we all decided. I have the video is literally still up, not on this channel, but on my other channel. That video is literally still up to this day. Matter of fact, let's take let me go. Let me pull it up. Literally saying, okay, Lord Jamar said, we gotta, and I'm one of them niggas like maybe it's a naive thing, and it was a naive thing because I ain't naive like that no damn more. I'm not stupid like that no more. But um, let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Yeah, we did a video. This was like years ago. Talking about here we go. 3 years ago. DJ Vlad finally gets canceled. 1960s energy siphoning and message to black people. This video right here. This video right here. Because, Jeffrey and Lord Jamar, they had stopped going on there. And so we had all said, and this was with the stuff with the Minister Farrakhan stuff. This was 3 years ago, let alone the shit that just happened with DJ Vlad and that black woman at that Ivy League Prince at that university that he tried to get fired, that he had to apologize for. And so, I'm very. Oh, let me remove this. Y'all can't even see what I'm talking about. Let me get this shit off of here. I didn't even see that. Y'all weren't even gonna say nothing. Ain't nobody really here at this point, anyways. But let me remove that. Okay, how do I remove an overlay? Here we go. Here we go. Um, yeah, this right here. But and so now you know someone can come and tell you after and go back and say, "Oh yeah, it's cool now. We had to talk it out like a man and whatever." Um, why is he not on your platform? Or y'all had a conversation. Why does this have to be some public thing where we gotta pay to go see some damn interview on his motherfucking platform after he disrespected Minister Farrakhan, never apologized, and disrespected black women's and got a lot of people fucked up in the game? Now, if other people that's not conscious want to go on a DJ Vlad for their bread and butter or whatever they do, that's their business. Other Black Americans, we all at the same level. But there was a group of us that made it seem, we all conscious of whatever, and we all are for Black empowerment. And so when we said we were going to do this was what all Black Americans had said, as far as the conscious ones. Now, the ones that still feel like, okay, DJ, we whatever, y'all niggas ain't. I'm not judging. I'm not judging those that never said they was gonna boycott him or never said that never talk shit. And I don't think I think it's a game. I think it's a play. I don't think it's about nobody that actually are we just trying to get past and had the conversation. No, it's about you making a play for yourself. The motherfucker said I'm on code with myself and then justified the killing of fucking Malcolm X after Minister Farrakhan himself apologized for setting the environment to allow Malcolm X to get killed. Minister Farrakhan apologized to Malcolm X's daughter live, whereas anybody can go and Google it. And so why is this nigga trying to justify the killing of Malcolm X for calling out Elijah Muhammad for what he was doing with them young girls and didn't even tell the whole fucking story? Like that's some weird ass shit, and that's very fucking weird. And then you guys gotta be fucking stupid as hell to not see it. Like to me, I just don't respect. I don't respect where our community is going and headed. All for some idol worship and shit, or for some cult shit, or some Mason shit. I don't know what the fuck y'all into. I don't know if y'all all sold out or if y'all all. It's like some type of cult or group, and that's in that space, and I didn't know that existed. And so I'm just in that space, and it's like I'm telling you something just not right. And I just don't respect. And you keep wondering like, okay, why you keep on throwing shots or why you keep on bringing up that person. Because I know I caught this dude copying my content, but behind the scenes doing covert and secretly blacklisting me and projecting weird shit onto me. And yes, I can see things in that spiritual realm. And yes, I'm gonna stand on that to the day I die, that I know that I seen him doing some spiritual shit in the spiritual realm, doing some fucked up shit in the spiritual realm. And I never came at nobody else. Like I seen it was other people in it, but then I seen other people, but then I was hysterical and panic. So I will admit if I didn't get everybody, like if I said certain things and I may have got put a jacket on people that I didn't get all of the information as far as the stuff I was seeing. But when it comes to that nigga, I'm never gonna back down from what I said because I seen it multiple times, even after what happened in August of 2022. I kept seeing it. It never stopped being revealed to me. It never stopped. I never stopped. And I know that that person is a powerful occultist. I know that they have spiritual gifts. And if we want to sit up there and play stupid, I can pull up how the CIA gateway process uh, project where they already admitted that astral travel, the gateway program, astral travel, remote viewing is real. This is they already did this in the Department of Defense already studied this shit. So y'all can sit up there and say, "Oh, that sounds crazy. That's not real." The Monroe Institute is heavy. I mean, they come on analysis and assessments of the gateway process, the Department of the Army. They've been studying this shit. This shit was sent to me, put in my damn. Somebody put this in my. Man, it's not even worth talking about, man. Homunculus. Look at this sensory cortex. Look at this. Y'all think this shit is a game? The Department of Defense, and y'all, and that's why I just don't. I'm out of this, and I'm leaving it, and I'm done with it. But y'all are in over your head. Y'all think I'm in over my head in the shit that I say, and oh, somebody gonna touch me and take me out. Y'all do what the fuck y'all gotta do. The day I die, watch this motherfucking earth crack in half. Watch y'all think y'all thought y'all saw something with that IT global outage today. Oh, the outage was out. Oh, all the flights got halted. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, the satellites came down. Fuck with me, it take me out on some COINTELPRO government shit. And I know who did it, and I got a list of who's all involved in this shit. And I know something happened to me. And say y'all do try to click, and y'all successful at it. You better I pray for the motherfuckers that even thought of fucking with me. I pray for them, and I remember God told me that they you gotta pray for them for coming like for these motherfuckers for fucking with you. Like I mean, like these they think y'all think this is a game, and I know it's Black Americans in on it, and y'all playing stupid and dumb, and know what the hell happened. But then want to say somebody crazy, but here, right on the CIA.gov, the Department of Defense, they admitting to remote gateway hitman sync brain entrainment, brainwave entrainment, lamp versus, and that's not even the information that we can wake up about Project Phoenix and all that other shit about COINTELPRO. But this is we're talking about when it comes to people that can remote view uh, the consciousness matrix, the brain and face. I'm trying to look for consciousness energy grid. Now I'm telling you, somebody put this in. Somebody sent me this file before it got popular. This shit just magically appeared in my damn Google Drive. I guess they were trying to let me know, nah, bitch, you ain't crazy. You're not crazy. And yeah, this shit is real. Now, this is the Department of Defense talking about holograms, a time space evolution, black hole, white hole. Then I say we'll put y'all motherfucking asses through a white hole, the black hole, real quick. I mean, I think somebody just talking and somebody's just crazy and all this stuff. And I'm telling you what the fuck I can see. Gateway method, him and sync introduced, and this stuff is real. And this is kind of mechanistic, like this is kind of like uh over the top if you ask me, because this is very simple ways to do this without all this shit. But this is the way, they are a government, so they don't have, they have to do everything in a very mechanical way. They don't have the spirit behind, there's something where some gift can be just given to you. But yeah, remote viewing is real, and the government can train you on how to develop remote viewing. travel into the past. Look at this is right here. The future, the out of body movement. That's astral projection. Role of REM sleep, information collection. So all of y'all know all of this, that this shit is real. So when I say that this nigga was doing all this shit, that's what the fuck I said, and I meant it because I seen him doing it. Because I can do some of this. I can't do. I did it. I can do it in phases. But when that shit happened in August 2022, when I saw that shit, and I'm seeing stuff, and I seen a lot more than just that. I could see soul contracts, deals, how the whole system. Where I was seeing all types of shit. The people around me who was all around, and that's the way God had it. That's the way I'm not saying I could see everything because I can't, but I could see it that motherfucking day. And so, yeah, my heart is hurt because I know that I caught this motherfucker for one copying my content, doing fucked up shit in the spiritual realm to me in terms of occult rituals, because he is an occultist and he admits that he's showing you about conjuring, Ogun and voodoo and all this stuff, and then secretly blacklisting me and projecting this shit on me, and then saying, okay, you have no idea of who I am. You don't know me yet from a can of paint and all this stuff. And I'm like, nah, this motherfucker is an informant gang stalker that bids on targeted individuals for rewards from the government in exchange for them looking the other way for the dirty did. And that's what I can see. And I don't care how much y'all motherfucking say I'm crazy for speaking out or I'm wrong or I'm missing. Oh, I said what the fuck I said, and I'm not trying to bring no smoke nobody's way because like I said, we were willing to just let bygones be bygones, contingent upon a certain frequency or certain things that we needed to see, and we didn't see that. We did not see that. This person don't get to be the arbiter of what's justice or the arbiter of what's fair, in terms of making something right. And if we told y'all to make something right, and I don't want no money or anything. I want an exposure of that fucking program. This program right here that Ted Gunderson woke up, that many people have been talking about. I want an exposure of this fucking program. And I'm not, and I want an admittance, um, on some level from my, because I know the NSA and the CIA, I know that y'all got them original unredacted phone calls and shit that I've had over the years with people and the shit that y'all trying to cover up. And I want to admit it's in a fucking apology. In the exposure of that damn program. That's all I'm asking for. That to me is justice because y'all sat up there and it did a lot of illegal shit behind the scenes to me 2 days after I spoke out on that nigga. Uh, a lot of in MK Ultra, a lot of illegal shit, and a lot of illegal shit has still continued to happen to me even today. Illegally closing my bank account without any reason on some illegal fucked up ass shit. After doing audit, after just randomly, just one day up, let's just close your bank account. You know, um, so y'all know targeted individual shit is real, and so y'all know, and like I said, I did tarot readings on it. I said this person, and the thing is, they have plausible deniability. So of course you're going to say, oh, that person's making it up. They're crazy. That's the oldest trick in the book, and that's a part of it. Now, if they were doing something righteous, why the fuck are y'all hiding that? And why the fuck y'all acting so? Why I want to convince somebody so bad that something wrong with them when they more genius than you? You copying this nigga's copying my motherfucking content and have caught him. Like that's another thing I want to do. I want to put them videos that I said that motherfucker copied. I want to put it in a plagiarizer checker. Put each video in a motherfucking plagiarizer checker and do a comparison, just like how they do the plagiarizer checker for tuning in, for writing, and for work. When you hand in your papers for school, we need to start having a software for that for motherfucking YouTube content. That would be great for people. Because for a nigga to say, oh, I don't know this person from a can of paint, I don't know this person. And my thing is the reaction to certain emails and messages is not normal. It's like a jump from a 100 to a 160 based on, like, it's not like, it's like, oh, hey, if you felt somebody was legitimately mental, you wouldn't respond with bitch, trick, get the fuck out, bitch, hoe, like bitch, trick. Like these are not normal reactions. So that means that, and I'm thinking like, oh, hold up, where you going with all this? I didn't say all that. I'm just saying stop. What's all this occult ritual shit? And you jump to that lets me, that if someone was to do an analysis, like say you have somebody that really does like a malice, like something really, they would know like that's not a normal reaction. That's a reaction to somebody that's hiding something, or someone that's panicking, or someone that is narcissistic and trying to hide their true self, and something that came out they didn't want to get out, and then they trying to control it, but then they just resort into straight up emotional abuse, bitch, trick, hoe, and get the fuck out, and then having this plausible deniability, and then jump into, oh, they're crazy, you're crazy. But even if somebody was really mental, would you start off coming at them, oh, you a bitch, you a trick, and you wouldn't talk to them like that. Like that, if somebody was legitimately seriously mental, if you truly believe that, you, even and if you and so that means that's the break, that's the demarcation, and that's how I'm saying these people are so fucking sloppy and stupid for fucking with me, because I'm telling you, if I went to some sort of forensic analysis and we were to look at these emails and to be like, this is not a normal response just to that. This wouldn't be, it literally wouldn't be a normal response. Even the even the latest, oh, I don't know this person from a can of paint. I don't know that anybody can get up there and say anything. Yeah, after 12 years, you think I can't tell when you're lying, nigga? You think I can't tell when your motherfucking ass is lying? And that to me is like, it's kind of like, I already, that person is like, okay, I don't care about that. But it's like the black community to just, to me, and again, I ain't asking for nobody to go to jail, nothing like that. I just want I just want the exposure of that motherfucking program, because I was put on that motherfucking blacklist and on that program as a targeted individual. And y'all motherfuckers try to make my life a living hell and block me from every little thing. This fucking government has done that to me. Every little thing, just because I'm fucking brilliant, and because I'll be thinking of things to help my people and to help humanity at large. Like, what the fuck was, like, why would y'all do that? Why would the government do that? That's why I'm like, I have never committed a crime. It's like, and that's what this program is. It's a no touch psychological torture program that they put innocent people on because they can't control them. So they want to lower your frequency. And so it's a no touch, and they get gang stalkers that are informants for this government to carry that shit out, or handlers. At the worst, you get a CIA handler that's in charge of doing your programming to an extent. And this shit is so fucking deep. And to fact that, and these people are Masons, and these people are, you know, uh, clicked in with certain shit. And that's how what MK Ultra is nothing but a occult rituals based on demonology of reversed engineered technology from the fallen watchers, like I already said. And I don't care how y'all come after me, because like I said, the day I go out of here, oh, y'all about to know. You about to know, they must have got colleague J.N.S. because this they saying the fucking earth is splitting in half. Oh my gosh, they done cut all the satellite damn falling out of the damn sky. Oh my god, this shit is, the White House done cracked and had the shit done. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? And oh yeah, and that nigga, yeah, you nigga, you gonna be dead within 3 to 5 years right after me too. Dude, I'm telling you, I already. You think we could astral project, and you astral project your motherfucking ass in my living room, or I'm in your motherfucking astral project your motherfucking living room. You take my motherfucking ass out and see, and you'll see what happened. Because I didn't deserve that. I don't feel like I deserve that. So it's a part of the healing process. But to be gaslighted, like, oh, you're crazy, you don't know what you're talking about, and this shit is right motherfucking in front of you. It's like, that was just some wicked ass, sloppy ass shit. And I'm like, who the fuck was behind it? And then they get some of my family involved in that shit, man. And then to have, my thing is to have plausible deniability. So where they can spin a narrative knowing I don't have the resources to defend myself. They can lock you out of the resources. They can tell your community you're crazy, or they don't know you. And when you know what they have done, when you know for 100% what they have done, it's like that's wickedness to me. And like, these people have no soul to me. And so y'all want me to be quiet and cover for wickedness when I don't get nothing out of that. And the black community is like, why are y'all taking money from this government to go and set people up and do some COINTELPRO shit and to be gang stalker? Like, that shit, that's some wild ass shit. I'll say a targeted harasser. Like, and then for this person to try to switch it, like I'm the one that's doing, good and hell well, I ain't got no motherfucking resources. If I was to show y'all my tax return, I'd be like, damn, how you been surviving? Because they have been locking me out every motherfucking chance I try to do something. This government, they find covert ways. I told y'all when I was trying to do Upwork, all of a sudden they want to close my Upwork account. When I was doing tech web design on Upwork, legal, didn't do nothing, had the credentials, had a great high rating from my first job that I got on there, first client that I got on there. Then they want to shut it. Literally just, and I probably had the emails, but they just literally just made up anything. And at that time, my vibration, again, I'm a primordial energy. Like I'm a very, my vibration doesn't get into like, oh, right now I'm more hyper vigilant because I know what the fuck is on. I actually know I'm a target individual, and I know that people have just been fucking with me all these years. But at that time, I'm like, okay, I don't know what that's about. I'll just go on Fiverr, making some money, doing some people coming to get some reading or whatever. Next day, oh, your Fiverr account looks suspicious. Let's just close it. Like literally everything. Oh, your YouTube channel, you did this. Oh, let's just demonetize it. They demonetize this YouTube channel. Like at this one, the old one. And it's like every little, and mind you, I'm not even talking about nothing crazy on this YouTube channel. Like I'm not. So for y'all to say, well, that's your fault because you was talking about all this stuff. Like this stuff is about Black Americans, Black Americans, Black Americans, Black Americans. You literally see it in front of your fucking eyes. And so like every little time, every little thing, and the fact that people had knew this and to know that nigga was the one behind it, part of it.
Hey y'all.
And getting paid to be able to do that, like I don't take that shit lightly, and I don't take what this community has done lightly. I find it abhorrent. And I do think that there was some people that protected me and helped me and loved me. I'm sure, yes. Oh hell yes. I could see that now. I could say that I see that there were people that were protecting me. I don't know exactly who those people are, but I remember a phone call conversation with a person, and the last thing they said, whoever you got protecting you or whatever is protecting you, you keep that for the rest of your life. And I said, what the fuck? Mind you, I'm loosey goosey as a motherfucker. This was what kind of led to me kind of having, like really exploring more. Because I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? And then she says, we talked about some things and the sucker, about the sucker tucker and the deals that they do in the industry and all that stuff. And I'm like, I don't stay away from that. I don't know nothing about that. Then I was saying, we had a conversation about the Masons and some things and whatnot, about bloodlines and whatnot. And she had told me, she said, if you ever go to the public with this stuff, we gonna label you crazy. We gonna set you, pretty much like it was a threat. Like, you ever tell what you know, what we gonna do? So it don't even matter that you know, because what we gonna do. And I said, call me crazy. She said, exactly. She said, you better not, But then she said, can you cover up all your altars and go to like a specific hotel? Like it was just really weird. It was like a play, a setup. But then it was kind of revealed to me in a way that she was one of the people that had been doing that stuff, that had been in on it. You're kind of just pretty much revealing that she was one of the ones, in a way. And it took me a while for that to click, but and it was certain things that she was saying that let me know, like, okay. Because I remember she said, what do you, I had told her, I said, yeah, I had wrote 10 books, and she was like, damn, you did all that. And you're pretty much saying like, we were like doing massive shit on your ass like that. And I remember seeing, and I talked about this in that video that I did, the Pan-Africanism is Dead video, Entrusted Melanism, the one that was with Thomas and Cara and Darren Seals on that photo cover. That video I talk all about it because it's more sharp in my memory, so I know I had stuff about the conversation more clearly. But that one, oh yeah, if y'all really want to know, but I know people don't really care about that, but because they, you guys are scared or whatever. But yeah, that they pretty much, like, she pretty much told me, in a roundabout way that and not about no list or nothing about that I had to put all together, but pretty much I know she was one of the ones that was in on, that was against me, and maybe I had a change of heart or whatnot. And she said, no, that's not what all you did. Because I kept saying, because she asked me to cover up my altar, and I'm like, what the hell is she talking about? Mind you, I'm thinking, I don't know what the hell's going, I'm like, I don't know. They know things that are much deeper. Then she mentions, oh, your father decided to keep his pact and he's decided to keep his oath, and then the price has been paid. And I said, what price has been paid? She said, for you to keep doing whatever you've been doing, say all that stuff you've been saying, teaching all that stuff you're talking about, writing all that stuff in the books you've been writing. And mind you, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm thinking, what the hell? So then I called, somebody, somebody in my family, and then they pretty much reveal it too. And I could hear the heartbreak in his voice. I have this phone call recorded, by the way. And I could hear that they knew, like, it was like they were hiding something. You could feel that on the phone. Um, but nonetheless, it was a conversation where he pretty much let me know, God is, God got you, you know. But I never forget when she said, "Whatever you got protecting you, you keep that for the rest of your life, man." And she said, "It's nothing we can do to stop you. It's nothing we can do." And I'm thinking, like, what the hell? Like, and so these people had, like, literally had been trying to, like, they, whatever they had. And I remember just having just random ass, just crazy ass roadblocks, like, my whole life, and I'm like, it just wasn't normal. Like, I didn't realize it because, again, I've always was focused on myself and was focused on, like, what I was thinking. If you have your gifts and your merit and you present what you have to the world, eventually people will see it, or eventually, um, it will reach where it needs to reach. And that's not the case in this world. They have a very strict criteria for what information gets out, for what people can talk about, for how people carry themselves, for what makes it obviously mainstream. We all know that. But if you are too uncontrollable or too intelligent, then they go the opposite way, and they do want to kill you. They put you on a no touch psychological program where they hope that either you do it yourself, or they align things where they want you to get committed, and it puts you with a fake diagnosis so that they can have more control if you're institutional. They do it's horrific. Or they try to literally entrap you and get you fucked up in some cases where you are in jail for the rest of your life. Like, this is what this government has been doing to people for literally since biblical days. Before the government, this shit is biblical as far as this targeted individual shit. Starting once they transitioned to the reversed engineered Babylonian contract system. Um, and so, you know, I'm pissed because, like, again, I have an outline of events, but because someone is a Mason who has plausible deniability, they can spin a narrative knowing I don't have the resources to defend myself, and then they lock you out of resource, tell people lies, tell people that, oh, you're crazy, oh, I don't know that person, I don't know that, and then but you know that what they have done, and then you being spiritually gifted, I can prove that I'm spiritually gifted. I can prove, like, again, like I said, I'm not gonna sit up there and act like if you came to me for a reading, I can tell you every detail in your life. I know you. It's shit. Your stuff may be blocked. Your ancestors may not even want me to see individually into your shit. But there are people that could come forward that would be like, no, that motherfucker is on point. I had the reviews are publicly available, and on my weekly review channel speak for themselves. Weekly global events like that, global motherfucking events like that, on a weekly basis, that's very uncanny. And you can check, like, yeah, I know that I'm on the five eyes intelligence. Like, there's nobody that can send me no information in no motherfucking email about no events in advance. I am blacklisted. There is nobody that I am connected to that's just gonna send me no damn list of events to know in advance like that. There's just not one. So somehow I'm able to do this on a weekly basis, and then somehow, even with my own personal clients, I'm able to tell them very specific details of what's going to happen. Literally, somebody said, "Oh, I want to know how many people going to show up to my graduation because I invited this many people from out of town. I need to know how many going to show up, who's going to show up, who." And I was able to literally down to the exact number of who was going to show up, and then what they said and what they thought, and what happened after the graduation, and they confirmed, okay, oh yeah, that shit did happen. What the hell? Some people I can pick up on better than others. I admit that. Some people I cannot see things with, and there's some people I can't, even on a collective level, I can see a lot of shit. But when it comes to this nigga, and he hates me for it, probably feel like, okay, I really don't like that this girl got them gifts, because I can literally see, like if I wanted to astral project and remote view into what that nigga was doing right motherfucking now, and brain and train his motherfucking ass with me, I could do it. I don't want to. I don't do it. I'm saying it was done to me first, and when I caught wind of what the fuck was going on, I did it back. You know, um, and again, y'all can lie and say, uh, that stuff is not real, remote viewing is not real and brain entrainment is not real. The fucking document is right here. And this is old ass shit. This is 1983. So what the fuck you think they got now if they just had this publicly available? Publicly fucking available. Approved for release in 1983 about the gateway process of remote viewing and brain entrainment and astral projection, holographic universes. What you think, Project? Man, y'all motherfuckers is behind. Y'all sitting there talking about Project Bluebeam. So are they going? That shit already been in existence. I can't. I just can't. I can't with the fucking gaslighting. You know. But because this is supposed to be stuff that you're supposed to be under oath, I'm not under no oath. I didn't know. Guy reviewed this information to me as the chief architect that I am, and so that's what the fuck it is. If I was chosen and it was all revealed to me, and that's another thing. That lady on the phone also said, "You're not a human. You're an entity." This was the same woman that I just told y'all said go put the altar and damn we was doing this and we was talking about all this stuff. And she literally said, this is another thing she said, you can't be a human. You have to be an entity because we were doing all these things, pretty much letting me know we were doing all these things to you and this shit wasn't fucking working. And then said, if you knew, she said, I can't tell you she said, I know who you are. And she said, I can't tell you who you are. And I'm pretty sure, again, the NSA, whoever, they got the whole full-blown conversation on this shit. And she said, if you knew who you are, you would lose your brain wouldn't be able to handle it as far as who you are. She said, whoa, you're chosen. I said, but we all are chosen. She said, no, not like that. She said, no. If you knew, she said, if you knew who you were, she said you wouldn't be able to handle it. And you would lose it. Like you wouldn't be able to fathom. You wouldn't believe it. She said you wouldn't believe it. And I'm thinking, okay, I don't understand this. I understand it all now because it had got revealed to me exactly who I was a year later. But at that time, I couldn't have handled it. I would have been dead. Oh gosh, I would have. I would have. Oh, I wouldn't be able to handle that. But she was right at that point. You know, I couldn't even handle a little bit of the conversation she was telling me. You know, it kind of sent me off. You know, but that's a lot to tell someone. You can't be a human. You're an entity. You're a spiritual entity. You know, you're an entity. And then say, "Oh, I know the entity that you are." And if you knew, and they were trying to always hide this from me. Again, I told you I was a ward of the state, and the government had my gematria. Born January 22nd, 1992, life path 8. Jenny Ann Nunn. That's all gematria. That's all a codes on top of codes on top of codes. Not only having a life path of 8, but being a master number 22. You got 22 chromosomes plus the one chromosome that determines the sex of your gender, or whether you're female. And then a life path 8. You got 8 building block organisms, that cells that stay with you for the rest of your life. But that's important when we talk about like the mind being the universe being mental. That's just like how we talk about like the 12 disciples and the analogy of the vertebrae of your back, the 12 disc in your spine, and then the 12 states of consciousness to get you the certain planes of existence. And when we talk about the sperm count entering in the 12th sperm being able to penetrate to create life. Like this is all esoteric codes, but when you study my gematria, it's all right there in front of you as far as who the fuck I am. When we talk about like 122, put all these stuff together, and it's just so obvious. I'm not going to get into it. I don't need to tell anybody because these people know. This government knows. People like this nigga that want to deny and say, "Oh, I don't know you. I don't know." He knows. You know, these people know, and I just find it disgraceful that someone they would try to bury me, and I know that they tried to kill me, and I know that this as far as assassination attempts, and again, it's the government. I'm not putting it on any one person. I know it was the government behind it though. And you know, and in the organizations, in these fucking occult organizations, you just send in like 50, 100 peoples to fuck with one person and you still can't fucking take them out. They be coming at people like with thousands of motherfuckers and they can't take your ass out. Like that's some crazy ass shit because they don't understand the laws of thermodynamics and frequency and resonance. And when you don't understand the basic laws of fucking electromagnetism and you think that you can have brain entrainment with a fucking primordial entity, yeah, you're stupid. And the government made you stupid. And so and again, I try to have sympathy, but when I think of like the plausible deniability and the gaslighting that's been done to me, the blacklisting and the things that I know people steal ideas from me and content and being monitored and have people just steal whole ass shit and try to write it, off of somebody else's genius and off of someone else's work and then try to just say you don't know that person. I don't respect that. I don't respect fucking gang stalkers. I don't respect that shit. I don't respect that energy. I don't see them as they have no soul. And I do think that anybody that will participate in a system in which they would take money to harm an innocent person. That's like I say in the Bible, curse be those that take money to harm an innocent person. That shit is true. The black community, many in the black community have cursed themselves by signing up and making these deals with this fucking government to go after targeted individuals for their motherfucking survival. I don't care if they blackmail you or not. Even I don't have it like that, and I'm not trying to. And I know that they have. When I say they be closing bank account, when they freeze the bank account, that you don't have you know, and what you gonna do? You think if they was to come to me and say that, oh, you got to do this, or you go? I've been in a beast of the system and proposition and locked up and they try to get you to sign motherfucking contracts and shit like that. I ain't doing it. Y'all gonna do me JFK style. Do what the fuck y'all gotta do. But y'all go. I get JFK. Y'all get black hole. Y'all motherfuckers is going in a. What y'all see this analysis gateway? Let's go right here. What it say? Where it say? No, not here. Let's go. Because I didn't deserve that. I just didn't deserve. And I know what happened, and I know everybody playing dumb in that fucking reparation space and trying to say I'm fucking. I hate that energy. You see where they say black hole right here? This is where y'all motherfuckers would go right through here, right through here. And even if I had just got an explanation and all this deception around me, I don't like all this deception and like you could MK Ultra a motherfucker and try to program their mind like a damn fucking robot, like they some damn robot that you can just control with a remote control. And like I don't like that fucking energy. And I have a fucking soul. I'm not clicked into none of that bullshit y'all did. I don't care what somebody was born into, what kind of bloodline they was born into. That's not how this works. Just off of some false ass information, off of some stolen ass knowledge that y'all reversed engineered and don't understand. And this government is on its last leg. And you can see how that shit is playing out all in the White House. All that stuff, that whole Democrat shit, they all in the fucking mess. All in the mess. They stage and shit all out in front of you. Y'all want to act like it's not staged. We know it's staged. We know who staged it. Like, get the fuck out of here. Now, whether it's a ritual or not, that's not the point. I don't care about that. But it's like y'all be trying to play on people's top too much, and y'all time has ran out as far as this bullshit that y'all putting on people. Yeah, y'all know people are too smart to fall for y'all shit, man. And I just want to say, like, anybody that will do that to someone, y'all have cursed yourself. Like, it's not like somebody got to sit and curse y'all, do ritual and all this stuff, because it's like you already cursed if you have taken some type of deal like that to where you would do that to someone, to turn someone else in or try to sacrifice them into to think that you can get ahead. That's somebody that's a broken spirit. And I can't handle that's a low ass vibration for me. I can't handle that low ass vibration. I can't. I can't. And then a low ass vibration that would deny it and lie all the way into the end. And I know, like I said, I know y'all want to say, like, why won't you just let it go? Why won't you just let it go? Why won't you just let it go? Well, your life is fine. You're not really into no harm, no serious danger, no harm, and you are protected. But like I said, I know the agents involved in what took place in August 2022 and in July of 2023. And I know specific per peoples that was involved, certain actions that were taken after, certain ways people treated me, certain things people said that I know for 100% fact that if we put all the whole story together, there is no plausible deniability. You don't have it. Not with all that, not the way my mind work and the information I know. And then y'all can't do no neural remote uh, remote neural monitoring and all this shit. And what is it? It's the other one y'all do. Neuro linguistic programming, all that shit broke. I know y'all tried it. I was awarded a stat. I know the weekly meetings and all this shit that I went through as a fucking kid, and all these white folks in my face as a little ass motherfucking kid in foster care with all these social workers on a weekly basis. And I told y'all they was treating us good. We was going to Kahunaville and Jeepers and Buffalo and Darien Lake and the movies with with these social workers, and we thought that just was normal as shit. I mean, 5, 6 years old. What do you know? You know what I mean? And so it started very young, and then I remember my a parent of mine saying they trying to steal my fucking kids. The government trying to steal my kids from me. They trying to tell my kids, hey, oh my gosh, you know. It's some weird shit, man. It's real, and they do some grimy ass shit, and they put certain bloodlines on these targeted watch lists, um, because they are the rightful heirs, man. It's deep, man. It's so much deep shit, man. And these people been trying. It's sad too. It's sad. It's very sad because this stuff been going. I see it like my as far as my life and my review, I could see it. And again, like I said, I wasn't torture with satanic ritual abuse and all like that. No, I can't say that. I could see the programming and certain things that were people try to program me. I could see that, but I can't sit and act like I went through worse. There's people that have been like sex trafficked and all those things. Like nothing like that ever happened to me when I was awarded a state. That it just never did. That's why I always thought I thought foster care was a good thing in America. I had to learn that. I told you guys when I got older and realized. Yeah, they that's a cloak or undercover a play undercover ploy, excuse me, for child trafficking. I didn't know that. Now I think that there's different levels of trafficking. You may have the one where it's sex trafficking, and I think you got the one where with certain light codes and epigenetics or certain IQs where they do a different type of trafficking as far as when you're a targeted individual or when you put on lists like that, that is a form of human trafficking. It's just not the type of you know it's more of clinical research, DNA research, epigenetics, trying to keep it, sometimes just monitoring and surveillancing. And like with me, like I said, these every little role, every little thing, it's not it's like you got people that get bad luck, right? You be thinking, okay, what the hell? But like the way stuff was just uncannily hard for me. Like that's not normal. That is just it's just literally not normal. Start an organic wholesale business for selling food. Oh, next thing they want to just cut off the payment gateway. Like literally no reason. Like, oh, we just started. Oh, and they just make up anything. Oh, you sold like that. It's just not. It's just too weird. And I remember like when all this shit hit the fan in July 2023, and I talked about that nigga again, Tariq. I remember someone messaging me on like not a message, but like how you send somebody the ad at Twitter. I remember them literally saying, um, you know what? Just go on OnlyFans at this point. Just go on OnlyFans at this point. So with me always having like I'm telling you, applying for jobs I'm overqualified for, applying jobs for that underqualified for, applying jobs just in general. That I've tried to get a job. I have a master's degree from technology management from Columbia University. I have a master's degree from in instructional design and technology from Georgia State University. So that sociology background. I know I can get a fucking job somewhere somehow. And I'm 32 years old, and I'm telling you, I will apply for things that I know that I'm overqualified for, or even underqualified, whatever. You just throw things out to see if I can get an instructional design job or something working with technology. And I just never could get a job. And I just remember, even at Columbia University, I remember like we were all sitting with, in a group, we were working on like a project where we had to come up with like a mock startup and shit. And it was a project. It was all my idea, and I came up with some cool shit. And they made me. I was like the CEO of this mock company. We were developing some really cool shit, man. And I remember like some of the sadness in it because I guess other people knew that I was a target individual. Like, other people knew I was on this list, and I just didn't know. But I remember, like, because I guess they knew, okay, she is blocked from making money. They were never going to make. They're going to make sure she never makes money. And I mean, this was the energy as a mystic. You picking this stuff up, but then you're not saying nothing. But I will never forget when someone asked me who did my hair, and I said I do my own hair. They said, you do your hair like that? I said, yeah, I did my hair. And they said, it's so neat. That's like someone that can do a salon style. And then they all like had like this relief, like, no matter what, at least you can do hair. At least you'll be able to do some hair for money. Somebody literally just said that out of nowhere. Mind you, we all at Columbia University in their library, talking about a startup, like literally building up a company of how we're going to come up with like this new creative, innovative invention. And somebody literally just say, at least you'll be able to do hair to make money. Like you'll be able to do that. If you got that to fall back on. I'm thinking, what the fuck is it? And that, I remember thinking, like, that's so weird. To me, I just thought it was weird. But now that I look back on it, and it was relief. Like everybody at the table was like, oh, okay, thank God she'll be able to find some way. She has some type of skill because they knew I was going to be locked out of that whole thing, the whole system. You're like, I was literally the person I was working with. These were people that like this person's father owns all of the banks in the country. These weren't just regular ass like hood ass students or shit. I was broke as one there, but you wouldn't know if just from the way I carry myself. But um, like this these I will never forget the way he looked too. He was like, okay, at least you could do that. But this person's these persons they grandfather literally started all of the banks in the country. I'm not gonna say the country because then y'all could just look it up, and then that gives it all away. And then people that have trust funds and stuff, and I just remember that they kind of I think they knew, like, just the way that people would, even some of the professors, the way that they um I remember I would go to like these little I remember when they had this it was like one of them pitch contests. Like they had like a pitch, and I remember I wanted to know about people. It was a Columbia University was throwing it. I wanted to know about it, and I went. And I just remember the way like people would look at me. They always put their head down in sadness because they knew I was on this list. They knew that people was fucking with me. Like every little time I would turn around, you know, stuff would be happening, and I just didn't really pay attention because my mind was thinking of like my own little thing in my own little world. And I remember a professor, and I have felt his energy so strongly because I don't know if he was praying for me or whatever he was doing, but like I felt his energy, and I'm like, it's like I could tell it was good energy he was sending me. Though. I'm like, he is sending like really good energy because I remember the boost that I felt, the propulsion, and after contact with him. But I also remember intuitively, it was like I'm like, it's like everybody knows something around you and you don't know it, and they keeping it from you. And then also an energy of where like there's a deep sadness and regret and pain because they knew I shouldn't have been on this fucking list. That I'm brilliant and I have so much to give to this world and was purposely, came down here to help. It wasn't. I'm not here to like harm anybody. And so like to know that this government did that, it's not something that I can let go easily. And then for people to just say, oh, you're just making this stuff up. You're just making this. And I have a folder like to prove like this is like I don't have plausible deniability anymore. Like if someone like say if like the DOJ was to just look at this case, we're talking about like this targeted individual, this stuff that's going on with people, and to know, that this is something that has been happening to people. And if I was to say, take my case, like that's why I want this program to be exposed, because like if I was to say, okay, look at these things, like especially like through Airbnb and what Airbnb is allowing their hosts with these networks. I'm telling you, they got a network that they do this shit to, where they'll gang stalk your motherfucking ass, even when you get through these Airbnbs. If your ass can't get an apartment and shit, like this shit is deep. And like to know if like obviously the police and stuff is on it, and even somebody had told me to go to the police. They always want you to go to police so that the police can say you're crazy too, and then had that on record. But like, so that's not the best idea. But that's what this program has to be exposed, because if people were to go to the, if I was to bring my particular case to the DOJ as far as what I'm talking about, and I want discovery, like we gonna do motherfucking discovery. I want the motherfucking unredacted fucking phone calls of all the records from the NSA. I want the recordings. I know y'all record every fucking phone call. I want the motherfucking recordings. I want y'all to analyze every fucking email. I want y'all to analyze everything that has happened in Airbnb from 2023 to March to actually to April or May, rather May of 2024. I want y'all to analyze every different host of different exchanges, support exchanges, stuff that's been happening with my bank accounts, all this stuff. And y'all don't have this plausible deniability case anymore. Even what happened in Grady Hospital, even what happened where how they all locked me up after 2 days after, like the death spell rituals. Y'all know that y'all was dealing with that occult shit, and I know who was behind it, and I could see it in the spiritual realm, and I'm like, and I saw the person that is behind doing that shit, and a couple of people that was behind, and again, there were people that probably that may have, been one of the ones that were trying to help me. And from what I was seeing, and I remember being in a panic state. I was panicked, I was hysterical, and had a lot of fear. And so, you just on the internet saying some shit, and you fighting, and it's spiritual, and nobody can, and so you can see things. And so I can't say, okay, everybody is against me, or everybody in the reparation space was in on doing, I don't think that at all. I think that some were. And I think that other people knew and didn't give a fuck. Like I had a friend literally of 20 years say, yeah, we all knew what was happening and nobody gave a fuck. We didn't care. Literally just said, we just didn't care. And so if I was to show the emails, text messages, every folder, all data from all the illegal activity from everything that's ever took place, there's clearly something going on in this country. And there's clearly something not right. And like I said, my life work is is my own life work. I can't get distracted by other people's shit, and by this government trying to distract me to go on a dummy mission or some shit that they gonna just gaslight me on any fucking ways. That's why I'm like, no, I'm gonna push this my hecka to expose this fucking shit. Expose these fucking gang stalkers. If we need targeted individuals, we need to come up with our own list and put these motherfucking gang stalkers on this list. Suspected as gang stalkers. Like put they ass, put they picture, they name, they address, all right on the list. Like seriously, like stop playing around with these people. Like this is a wicked ass system. And I'm not saying like, and I hope somebody take that up. The people who have been dealing with this stuff, and somebody, I know targeted justice. They have some cool things, but targeted justice here. What if they had some sort of database where, and real stuff though, like plausible, like stuff that not some, because then this stuff get infiltrated and turns into a fucking idiocracy. But like databases, like our own shit. Like why would we just like, I just don't understand it. And then it's a lot. This is watch list categories, blacklist categories. This is the stuff that the government could just lie and just put you on a fucking list, and then have it so compartmentalized, so where some of the people don't even know what the hell they're doing, and then there are a lot of people that do know that there are smear campaigns going on against you, and that there's lies, and that you are being punished because you are too right for their system. You're uncontrollable, so they just lie and say that you did this and did that. I ain't do shit. They don't have nothing on me. no ties to terrorism or anything like that. But this is what these are the different categories, and they do have some court cases and whatnot. President Clinton tried to help. Affidavits by, like we said, the chief of the FBI, letter by attorney, letter from Senator Shaheen, international. There's people that know there's private prosecutions that have happened. So this stuff is real. This stuff is true. Different types of DEWs that the Biden administration have admitted to using. I know for a fact that DEWs was used on me in July of 2023. I know for a fact that they was doing some shit. Y'all want to sit up there and call and sit up there and try to like how they sat in that space. Oh, you having a conversation in your head, but I can clearly show in this gateway process from the Department of Defense that proves that you can astral reject, remote view, and do brain and training. Not to mention fucking clear as day. Let's see y'all y'all fucking with the wrong one, man. I really wish that, like, my thing is if things just could have been different, had, like I said, I just wanted people to just make it right. Oh, did they? Oh shit, they took it down. See, they taking shit down. Oh my gosh, that one was a big one. The history of mind control. You know what? I think I took that and saved it. I sure did. See how they taking shit down? They don't want y'all to know this stuff. This was literally just up. Matter of fact, that kind of freaks me out because they have done that. Part 6, history of mind control. No, that one was a big one. What mind control history? Okay, here we go. Is this it? Okay, I was about to say, like, I know they didn't. They took that fucking down. I was about to freak out because I really was. But even whatever I did, I saved it. So apparently, but. Organized stalking, electronic torture, satanic ritual abuse, like all this stuff is real. Like, I don't know why y'all playing stupid. And the Black Americans, y'all are fucking with the wrong one to come to a primordial entity of being, and try to play on a top, and then try to gaslight them because y'all scared or they found out what you was doing. Now y'all want to sit up there and say they crazy. Are you out of your mind? Like, this shit is deep. This is the Monarch program. And I'm steady telling y'all to, here go, levels of Monarch programming: alpha, beta, delta, theta, omega, gamma, methods and components. But y'all want to sit up there and act like, and when this shit hit the fan, because I'm early than a motherfucker. When y'all read that Noctic philosophy and put the totality of what y'all have been done, and when people study this shit 500 years, my story 100 years now, it's going to be like, oh my gosh, like, this shit is real. Like, and then this person that came up with the Noctic philosophy in 2020, I wrote the Noctic philosophy in 2020. I told y'all that's when stuff started ramping up in terms of, like, that's witchcraft. That I knew I was under some sort of witchcraft. I'm like, they doing something. I had felt it, and I kept putting it out of my mind because I was thinking about the reparation shit. But Project Bluebird, Project Artichoke, Project MK Ultra, Project Phoenix, Project Paper Trail. Y'all just think that this shit just ended? All this fucking research going back from Germany, and we know Germany, they love the occult. Like, Nazis love the occult. And y'all just think that shit, they just threw all that research away. Y'all gotta be fucking stupid. And then when you do a request of information, they always deny it. The Manchurian Candidate Program, all this stuff, Stargate. Y'all think that this shit is a joke? MK Delta. And I didn't know all about this stuff. I had to go back and do the research. Like, I had to go and research this shit because in 2022 I saw all this stuff in the spiritual realm. And I said, what the fuck is all of this? I had to go back and research everything. And I'm telling you, my ancestors, they came through, man. They said, look, they doing this, they doing this. The white ones, the Indian ones, black ones, Negro ones, all the ancestors, black men's, black women's, Indian ancestors asking for sage and telling me literally visitations from Hathor. Like, I know anything about that at 20. I didn't know nothing about it. I'm not initiating nothing. So I didn't, when I'm seeing, like, my ancestors saying, Because I said if I want any primordial ancestors, I need y'all. And it had Thor say they doing this, they doing that. Um, you know, uh, Saint Bernard. Like how would I like that's uncanny. And for me to see, and I know that they studied me, and I know that they know that I've come up on some shit and discovered some shit that nobody was that the average human is not supposed to know. Um, and it is what it is. And if my ancestors and the gods deem me worthy and necessary for me to know that information, I'm not saying other people need to know it because it's just for me. Because like I said, if it's something that's life or death, and God needs you to know, and it's dependent on your soul, the information is already out there. Your ass is just unaware of it. Let's wake that up. That's the stuff that Yeshua was trying to teach y'all motherfuckers. But if anything is life or death, and God need humanity to know it, it's already out there. It's just that messenger is chosen to bring it out, but it's already out there. It's just in front of you. You're just unaware of it. And so a lot of times with messengers or ascended masters or bodhisattvas, they just there to kind of guide the direction of, okay, look at that information. Look at this over here. It's just to bring an awareness. It's not to necessarily give you anything new or take you or die for you or go and save you and all this crazy shit, man, that y'all be thinking of people gonna do for your motherfucking ass. Nah, this is about your own enlightenment and your own divinity. When you're talking about real morning star energy, you're supposed to break those patterns by seeking your own enlightenment and getting out of this matrix. All this stuff is set up for anyone to become enlightened, and that's what happened when you show them. But then y'all motherfuckers end up playing the wrong game. Y'all turn them, and then go start targeting them because someone figured it out. You can't get mad because somebody figured. Y'all know I have all the play. Y'all had all them fucking agents around me. Y'all had all the play. Everybody was in on it. People know stuff. I don't have the access to know this stuff. But then uh y'all all of a sudden you get mad because somebody I figured out the playbook and break the ledge and figure out what the fuck is going on and start glitching y'all fucking matrix. Now y'all want to now I don't work that way. You played the game, y'all made the deal, or whatever, and you can't sit up there and start to try to break the rules of the fucking universe because you end up getting caught doing some shit I ain't literally had no business doing, and which was illegal in the eyes of the universe anyways. That's why I want things so private and secret, and that's why I don't like secret societies. I don't believe in that shit. Now I believe in high societies where information is out there and they say you don't understand it because you're not at that level yet. Okay, that's fine. But if you put in that work, we'll get you there. Or if you want to seek mentorship, we can get you there. But just having somebody, oh, you got to do a life path, a curse on your generations, on the oath for the rest of your life, and the oath for generations. And if you do this, you're gonna die. And if you tell you die, that's crazy. That's how you know it's something demonic about it. That's not God. That's not something. That's not something righteous. Because the truth needs no proof, and the truth don't need to be motherfucking hidden. Or else there's no truth in it. It's something wrong with it. It's a bloodline that's fucked up. It's a bloodline that is impostoring something. And then y'all want to go after chosen ones and go after my motherfucking bloodline. I mean, these people have been hunting my people in my. I'm telling you, I'm not the only person in my family that this has happened to. I know for a fact that now that I assessed what was going on with my sister, because I just thought my sister was fucking crazy. I ain't gonna hold you. But now that I see what was going on, I said, oh, she was definitely getting gang stalked. She was definitely in that program with me because we were both in the foster care system, but she got it worse. I ain't gonna hold you. That's why I'm thinking like somebody that was close. I know how it all worked out. I know who did it. I know who did it, and I know who was in on it, and I know who ignored, and I get it. But now that I see what was going on with my sister too, I said, she is a victim of that. They did a number on her because I mean with me, I kind of just and they did a number on me. I've been put through the ringer, but I do know that I've refined myself. That shit is designed to break you. The stuff that these illegal programs, and I felt it crushed my heart because me and my sister, we always been at odds. There was always favoritism, and I always been the favorite one, whatever. But I have to say, we never had like a really good relationship, you know. And I do know that I wish her the best. I always wish her the best, even, you know, even though I know what was going on and I know what happened, and I know who was in on it, and whatnot. But like now that I see what it is for what it is, I said, damn, like she this happened to her, and I'm seeing it, the women in my bloodline, like I'm seeing a pattern. I'm like, they are literally systematically going after certain bloodline in Buffalo, and I'm not the only family of women, but there's another family that I know was close with mine, and I know that they did the same thing to my best friend. My best friend was talking about this shit in 2018, and I thought her ass was fucking crazy. My best friend literally just dropped everything, got in a car with $10,000 and drove from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast nonstop, went no contact with everybody, didn't talk for us for years. And they had her all up on MSNBC as far as like a missing persons. Yahoo was publishing it. MSNBC was publishing a missing person report on this person. And nobody knew what the hell happened. And that's Young Pharaoh's people. And that's when in that video where you saw Jenny, that's me. I'm Jenny. The person that Young Pharaoh was cussing at because he thought that I was in on trying to sacrifice his cousin Aza, and that's my best friend. So that's what. And I'm thinking like, what the fuck is you talking about, Young Pharaoh? And I'm thinking we hadn't talked to her in years, but she did when she did talk to me. She did make me promise not to tell not a soul where she was at, and so I couldn't tell him. And I was scared because that's when he threatened and said he was going to kill me. And y'all saw it in his YouTube video. I'm pretty sure somebody got access to that video, or somebody sent that, as I know somebody sent that video to the FBI. I did not go to the FBI behind those threats. I could have, but I didn't. But yeah, when that video went viral and people were like, yo, he out here threatening to kill people and putting 50,000 on it. Yes, that was me. I'm Jenny. Me and Young Pharaoh grew up together. But actually, he apologized to me. And I have that on record. And he apologized to me. And I did facilitate him meeting, you know, doing video call with Adza because, you know, I understand now why he panicked like that. At that time, I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But now, guys, I thought he was just crazy. But now I understand why he was acting that way. And I know what they tried to do with Adza. They tried to do with me. They were trying to sacrifice. They were trying to kill her ass. But she thought she didn't know who to trust and who was in on it. And so she just went no contact, boom, just disappeared. And when she did decide to tell me, I was told, you can't tell nobody. And so I didn't. Because I didn't understand the severity of what was going on. I don't have this. I didn't have the information that I have now. I didn't have that information. I got that information now. You know, so I understand, you know, what was going on. But Young Pharaoh, now that I think about it, I'm like, what the fuck was you involved in where you would even know about that? And what was you involved in where you would even assume that someone is getting, where you would know about somebody being a blood sacrifice? Like, what the fuck are you involved in? Like, now that I'm older now, I'm like, what kind of shit was you involved in? Because I remember, you know, and we have worked together. Like, it's not like, you know, I was behind the scenes, you know, when we did the first school, I had built that website, the first school website for him, you know, with the first school with the Young Pharaoh University, I gave him the idea. Now, when you think about, because I say, yeah, I'm sure that if I had these text messages, I'm sure I don't have my old phone anymore, but I literally said, hey, have you ever thought about having your own school? Because I thought it was cool what he was doing at the time when he first came out with the cool, awesome teachings. We were very proud of him, you know. And what they tried to do with me, they did to him successfully. As far as they put him in that, he was at Ward State. Again, we grew up together. So he was also in the foster program, just like me. He got adopted by his aunt. But we grew up together, and it's not a coincidence. And the thing is, they did with as far as that stuff that they did, where they gave him them drugs, them shrooms, and make him go crazy. They did the same thing to his mother and his father. By the way, his father is military. They did that to his father, made him go crazy. They gave him some drugs that made him just go permanently out of it. They did the same thing with his mother. His mother was actually quite fucking brilliant. Very, very naturally intelligent woman in Marsh. She used to be around Buffalo, and be walking around, but I didn't know that was his. I had knew because again, his mother was out of the picture. I grew up with him, but I used to see his mother around in Buffalo, right? And do you know, even as a little kid, like 14, 13 years old, when I would see his mother, like, or just walking around the streets, just talking to her, something like that, do you know, I saw this spirit of sheer brilliance on her, but in Buffalo, it was known that somebody gave her a fucked up roofie and permanently fucked her up. That was just like known in Buffalo, just so y'all know. That happened to her, and then she had got on, hard times and whatnot. But the story that was revealed to me was that they had gave her something, a drug, and it permanently messed up her mind. So when I'm saying like mother, father, and then young Pharaoh, they give young Pharaoh some shrooms, and then he go crazy. I'm telling you, that's systematically being done. I've studied that bloodline, their Daniel's bloodline. That's their bloodline, and we've known each other since we were 10 years old, 11 years old. And I'm telling you, for it ain't get mad and want to come for me or whatever, But I'm telling you right now that I know what was done in Young Pharaoh was a case of MK Ultra ritual, the same shit that they tried to do to me, the same shit that they did with Kanye West, and they systematically brought him down, especially when he came for them people. When he was supposed to speak at the PAC at the RNC shit in 2020, with that Trump shit, and when they found out that he was coming at the Zionists like that, they tore him a new down, tore down the channel. That was the bread and butter. That was his money. I mean, we talk about 20,000 alive. They tore down that channel. Sent weirdo ass agents around him. Had Masons all around him. Agents. Motherfuckers that's gonna give him drugs. They knew the LSD and shrooms. That's what that's textbook MK Ultra. If you read through the CIA stuff, they always do a shroom LSD that can make your ass go permanent crazy. They had tested that on his father. His father is military, so they already knew the combination of what they can give him that will fuck him up permanently, just like they did in my bloodline. They do this shit. I'm telling you, they've been doing this to Black American bloodlines for aeons. Y'all just won't wake up. And I'm telling you, our bloodlines are connected. We grew up together. His best friend. I mean, this is just stuff that's documented. I have phone records, where he apologized for, thinking and I had told him, I said, I understand, but he accused me of being the one that was in on it, and then accused his aunt. And see, because he knew that they was involved in that shit. And then, mind you, that same person, with the person I'm talking about, that phone call conversation with, that's his motherfucking aunt. And when I'm saying, the person that was on the phone saying you're an entity, and we were doing all these things, and and you better not tell no one, or we gonna label you crazy and all that stuff. So all this stuff this should all ring. This is serious shit that I'm talking about. But yeah, that situation with Young Pharaoh, I don't look at it as a laughing matter. Even though that nigga threatened, y'all heard them threats, and many even people in Clubhouse, they was having whole rooms about it. They didn't even know that I was Jenny, that it was me. I'm sitting in the room, they talking about, hey Carly, J.N.S. Hey, we listening to this crazy ass recording of Young Pharaoh cussing out some girl, talking about he gonna kill her, and he gonna kill her if he don't tell her where his cousin. And I'm behind the scene. I had to literally message the motherfucker like, yo, that's me. I said, look at the profile picture and the number. I said, you got my phone number, right? You got my picture, right? Look at this certain mark. Pause it, and they said, whoa, that's your motherfucking picture. And then the phone number, he kind of covered my phone number, but they could see that was my picture, and I had the same picture on my Clubhouse profile. So they said, and they said, yeah, that is your motherfucking voice. Whoa, and it was people from Buffalo that was calling me too, like, yo, we saw that clip, we saw that on Young Pharaoh, and we went to us check together. What the fuck going on down there? And I had to explain him, I don't even know what he's talking about, But yeah, that was me. That's Jenny. And then remember, I was like, but and you can hear like the innocence in my voice, and in the comment section, people are laughing because they like Jenny she like what? Yeah, what? We known each other since we was 10 years old. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because I didn't understand, but I do know she had cut everybody off because she didn't know who she could trust. And I respect that now, because at that time I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. But she just went no contact with everybody. Yeah, my best friend. Only for them to kind of, everybody acted funny and weird, and it is what it is. I already know what happened. I see shit in the spiritual realm. I'm done with it too. I don't want no contact to it, and we're done with it. I don't need nothing from nobody. The government can come to me and tell me, hey, you do this, and you get this, and you get a reward, or we'll move you up, or we'll give you money, and I ain't interested in that bullshit. That's wickedness to me, because that's losing control of your free will. And honestly, I saw chains even in my bloodline and in their bloodline of Babylonian. And I remember I told my best friend this when all that shit happened the day before they had got at me in August of 2022 on the phone for 19 hours. I talked with her, knowing that the CIA was listening and actually telling her, like, you can go to sleep. I'm talking to these motherfuckers. 'Cause I already knew that he was monitoring the phone call. But no lie. But I told her, I said, they got Babylonian slave chains on their neck, and I'm seeing in this spiritual realm. She said, what the fuck are you talking about? Now I know about Babylonian contract law, Luciferian Babylonian, and I can see that now. But I was literally seeing that on people's necks in the spiritual realm, like these chains, like, and I didn't understand, like powerful strongholds, but like these motherfuckers were slaves, and I could see it. Like I'm like, oh, they slaves. And I remember saying it to her, and I'm pretty sure it offended her because I was like, it's on. I had saw it on people in her bloodline, and I saw it on people in my bloodline. That people who had took like some type of deal or for some type of contract that they were in that was so fucked up, something that they were in where it created like a Babylonian chain slave on a neck that they enchained to like some entities. Whew. And I knew it was related to the government. And I saw that spiritually. And I told her that on the phone. And I know the CIA got the 19-hour fucking conversation because I literally kept saying, I said, I know y'all listening and I don't give a damn. Because that's when I started seeing shit flash on my screen, shit take over my computer and all that. And I saw all that. And so I already knew that they were listening and monitoring. So I didn't even give a fuck because I was giving them the message from the primordial mother as the fucking great architect. Because, yeah, y'all want to wake shit up. Let's wake it up. Y'all want to sit and conjure and fuck with people, then yeah, now you got to answer to the real great architect, not that fake imposter motherfucker that y'all thought was the morning star. Yeah, so yeah, we about to go there. And so I let the CIA know. And I know I know she was laughing sometimes, and she was crying even because, and I was it to those that know the occult and that study esoteric ancient knowledge, mystery school knowledge. I know that they studied that 19-hour conversation. Why do you think I'm not dead yet? They studied that 19-hour phone call where people that is dumb or get paid to say, oh, I ain't crazy. They would just be like, okay, yeah, that motherfucker, oh, she know. But no, you think that government did not, they studied that 19-hour. Oh, they said, oh, we got to study this shit. And everything, I think they said, oh, this is a entity. This ain't no shit. We can't just go and kill this motherfucker. Like how we try to do we go and kill a motherfucker and they out of here. We can't just do that to this person. This is some serious ass shit. Cause I said, letting the CIA know y'all got a chance to make this shit right. And we were talking about Saturn energy, octaves of resonance, the different levels of the Lucifer I'm telling you, I'm telling you, shit got real on that phone call. And she was so scared, she was crying at times, laughing at times, like what in the. But the thing is, she got privy to esoteric information that even to this day, the human race will never be able to get information. That's a conversation that the CIA will probably always keep classified for the rest of existence into infinity. And they will keep that shit classified in the stuff I was saying on that phone. But 19 hours, just pure esoteric information, the shit I was seeing in that spiritual realm, is stuff I could see who was doing what, who was doing, how it was all played out as far as the octaves of resonance of this Saturn energy, and the Lucifer energy, because that had to come through because that's the system that they're running after, but that information is so fucked up and botched that y'all was literally about to fuck up. Y'all thought y'all fucked up with killing Yeshua. Whoa, whew. Y'all still think, they fucked up with that. They fucked because they don't even understand those teachings properly. Telling you, that's a cold motherfucker. Y'all get mad and say, oh, you talking about Jesus like that? Go ask Jesus about Kali. Yeah, we cool, but yeah, that's I think that y'all that's some cold teeth. That's a cold ascended master boy. We know it's a doctor. Thomas a cold motherfucker. Thomas Sankara's a cold motherfucker. You got Malcolm X a cold mother. These are cold. These are bad. They cold. And by that we mean that in a good way. Like they They hot fire. They cold in, they hot fire, right? But like, man, that Yeshua character, for those that know it, the esoteric stuff, not that shit not that organized. I can't stand organized religion, not that organized religion shit. I don't do organized religion. But we talking about that esoteric teachings, them esoteric teachings he was putting out like that, them codes like that, that's still flying. It's 2024, and I see the state of the black church, and that stuff still flying over people's heads. It's like dunce to dunce done. And it's frustrating. Y'all can say I'm arrogant and obnoxious or whatever. Like, oh, we shouldn't be. You gotta be compassionate because we don't know and we was lied to. Yeah. That's true. Y'all right about that. And I'm gonna be doing some teachings on this stuff. But at the same time, as like it's 2,000 motherfucking years. You can't be serious. Like, I don't see how that stuff just flew over people's heads like that. Because now it's getting reduced. Like, I don't like when somebody is a solid ascended master and they teachings just get reduced to bullshit. Like, I've literally had people argue me, oh, he was teaching us about love. He was teaching us that we gotta love our neighbor. And my thing is, a 2-year-old could teach you that. What's so powerful about that? A 5-year-old could teach. A 5-year-old would teach you how to love your motherfucking neighbor. How to love. Children are innocent. You just observe a motherfucking child and learn it. No, that was something he was teaching your motherfucking ass. If you pay attention, your ass become enlightened. Your ass become the morning star. Like your ass will wake up. Your ass can wake up, man. You. It's a blessing and a curse though. Be careful. Because your motherfucking ass will burst open your pineal gland and you will have that. I mean, we talking about the way that we do it old school way. He did it old school way, and they didn't like how he got it all out there and was teaching it, and he was showing people uninitiates, regular humanity, how to get to that level. That's why he says, "Greater work shall you do if you put in the work." You are all gods, you are all sons of the Most High. Greater work shall you do if you put in the work. You know, the kingdom of God is within. That's some deep ass shit, man. And that's not even half of it. That's just the lightweight stuff. But there's some powerful shit in there, man, that just fly over people's heads. And then I see the state of the black church. I'm like, man, if we was really applying them teachings like how he's teaching it, like I love the occult and y'all like that esoteric shit. That's nothing but esotericism. We were to break down that shit. For what I'm telling you, they already break it down at the highest levels. That's why they got y'all worshiping and praising. That's why they still obsessed with him. And then we're not talking about it. You could look at it the allegorical sense, but there was a person that was a targeted individual in Rome who was connected to the priest of Melchizedek and the order of Melchizedek and the dragon riders. And yes, that person got motherfucking killed. Now, if they wanted to add some shit and add some Commission stuff and add it, mix in the story of Mithra and all this stuff and whatnot, yeah, they probably would be dramatic as far as the canonization of what would be considered canonical after the death and after what they did as a secret society. But yes, there was a person. That was definitely killed and had a certain type of DNA genetic light code where they can resurrect that, just like how I did. And for those who know, at Grady Hospital, you know, yeah, same thing. And all that stuff is classified. Even they say humans can't do that. I know for a fact you could do it because I did it. Yes, I know what it's like to go to the underworld and come back. I know what it's like to die and come back. I know, not talking about like out of world experience, like we're talking about like be dragged into the damn underworld by a Erishkigal god by being pushed out your body through the planet of Saturn. Whew, good God. Didn't ask for none of that. Didn't ask for it. I know what it's like to where you supposed to be motherfucker that's dying and bleeding and all this shit and ain't nothing happening to your ass is still walking around. That's why all them doctors at Grady Hospital was taking all them pictures of me. Like taking pictures. I said I didn't want to have pictures taken of me. Shit. Because they were trying to figure out why the fuck your ass ain't bleeding. What the fuck? How the fuck did this happen? But I remember God said, "You fucking dramatic. Not like you fucking, but you're so extra and dramatic, girl. You ain't gonna die. We got you. And we understand." They let me be known that this is an Obia ritual that was used on you, a death spell Obia ritual that is designed with mind control. And I remember, they I'm telling you, like God just was clear as day, like this was the ritual that they did. Who did it, where it was done, you know. And I never said anything about it, but I knew because I knew at that time, like, no, and I know what they do to people, how they can make you try to do things and try to, and how they. I'm telling you, they that sonar wave shit and that stuff they do with your mind with that remote neural monitor. That shit is something that's a demonic ass technology, and you gotta have high vibrations to overcome that. Now you go say God, go to Jesus, whatever you gonna fucking do, but you gotta have some power from on high to overcome that fucking technology. The vibration got to be high. That's how you break it. It's the frequency and they vibration. See those humans that they have control. I saw them chains on they neck, that Babylonian chain on their neck. They vibrations are so low as far as broken spirit, where that technology has control over them. It's controlling them. They get dopamine, certain dopamine, serotonin fixes. The brain is all fucking rewired. It's a travesty. That's why I said I wouldn't tell anybody to join no secret society. Man, I wouldn't tell anybody to get involved with that. You better run for the motherfucking hills. Somebody come telling you got to do this and do that, and you're going to get a reward if you turn this person. Yo, I better run, man. And that's why I'm so heartbroken by my community, to know that people that I love in my motherfucking community would do that shit and would do that shit to me. That's a heartbreaking thing, and y'all wondering why? Oh, I'm not over it. But y'all just because I'm not over it because y'all motherfuckers just gonna sit up there and line me up and try and tell you and try to say, oh, you're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy. That's some fucked up ass shit over some shit that y'all doing that y'all know y'all ain't got no business doing. Like that's wickedness to me. That's pure wickedness in my eyes. And so when I don't see that, and because you have plausible deniability, you can just set me up. And so I want justice. I don't even want money, but I want the truth out there. And I know this government and secret society are going to cover for these low lives against the chosen ones. You're the chosen one and the primordial mother, chosen literally by the chief architect. Bloodline of Yeshua, just really deep shit. And I'm not the only one. I'm not trying to, I'm just saying, this is some deep ass shit. And then y'all want to cover for people that we know is fucking informants in this community that ain't do shit for this. That I mean, the shit that they have done has been sanctioned. They under oath. They controlled opposition, and the fact that y'all can't see that shit is just like, ugh. You would cover for somebody who took a deal with the system to sell out innocent Black Americans, and it's a group of y'all that know what happened to me, and so yeah, I want justice. I have been given unprecedented clearance, empowered by God. And this government had been following my gematria since I was 5 years old, even before then, because it go back so deeper. They did the same thing to my mom, did the same thing. They've been doing ritual. They've been doing all this shit, man, for a long fucking time in my bloodline. I remember hearing them stories. If I was to tell you some of the stories that I heard from my biological family in terms of on certain things that I've heard, even from my aunts telling me the shit that they went through as kids, I'm like, that's satanic. Now that I'm older, that's satanic ritual abuse. That's satanic ritual abuse. Thank God I didn't go through satanic ritual abuse, but they had been working on them kids when they was kids, and they broke them. They broke them. I'm telling you, like, I see it in my bloodline. I'm like, they do some wicked ass shit to them. I'm telling you, I remember when my aunt was telling me a story when I was 18 years old. I went to Rochester to go visit them. They were telling me certain things that were happening to them, and what they stuff they went through, things that happened to them when they were kids and stuff. And I'm like, that to me just wasn't normal. But now that I'm older and I research and I notice it now, I said, that's that shit. Ooh, textbook. The molestation or systematic molestation of kids, you know, the locking in the basement, locking kids in the basement with just a bucket and a pack of hot dogs, not letting them out, just, a bucket to use the bathroom and a pack of hot dogs. I heard that story growing up. I heard a story of them getting molested. They told me specific stories, and they would be drinking, and they would get so irate and outrageous and start just, when you in trauma, these people ain't healed. They just telling you some shit. And I never actually went back to Rochester after that. I went at 18, visited them, got, saw what I saw, and I never went back. I said, mm-mm. It wasn't my vibration, it wasn't my resonance, because I had been adopted. So I was adopted, and so I went to go visit, my biological family, and there was not a connection. And I said, and I remember watching them and listening, listening to him even cry and tell me so and so did this. And I told him that I picked up a gun, and I told him if he hurt me like he did touch me like that again, I'm gonna take this gun and I'm gonna shoot him, like boom. Now they know that story. I got a good ass fucking memory. I'm not making that story up. I've heard a story of where one of them got so tired of the molestation, they took a boiling pot of water and just threw it on his lower regions, to act like it was an accident. Little ass kid. Now I just make that story up. No, that's real shit. Another aunt got into prostitution at 13, 14. This is real shit. Like, this is my fucking, and I'm seeing it, and I'm like, they have been targeting, like they have been doing systematic, like this stuff with SRA and even, like, again, they were also in the system. The government was also in their lives and stuff when they were fucking kids. And I know that I'm not trying to tell people's business and people's story, but I got a good ass fucking memory. I got a good memory. Then what happened to my brother? Whew, I ain't even gonna talk about that. To this day, nobody knows where he's at. The man just literally disappeared off the face of the earth and went missing. We asked people to report him a missing person, and people just act like they didn't care. How he was sacrificed. They did him dirty. Um, they took him out. Nobody to this day. To this day, my brother, biological brother. We don't know where the fuck happened. And the thing is, his grandmother died in a fucking this last year. His grandmother fucking died in a damn fire. Her house just caught on fire and she just died. We talking about people doing a cult war. Like, when I said they lighted up on my bloodline, and I told you I got a phone call from a government operated Boule Negro. Boule. We talking about like Jim Clyburn level type of Boule. Maybe not, maybe a little lower than Jim Clyburn, but still that level of, they still a power broker. They still a gatekeeper. And called my phone and said that these elites, they ready to go to war with your bloodline. They ready to go to war. They are willing to go to war with you. What the fuck is you talking about? Mind you, I don't know nothing. Do you know how crazy that sounded to just call a person up and say some shit like that? Do y'all know how weird that, like, what do you think, how you gonna react? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, and the thing is, I intuitively knew at that time, I knew what he was talking about. I knew it was spiritual. I knew it was a change of guard. I knew that they were attacking certain bloodlines of Jah, that a real bloodline was being under attack for some imposter shit. And I'm telling you, on that phone, I said, let's bring it. I wasn't like, what you talking about, huh? Because my vibration was so high, and my the knowledge of myself of who I was at that time when we had that conversation. I said, okay, tell that motherfucker we'll blow this motherfucking planet up. Let's go. And I ain't gonna hold you though. It was hard. Like, after that conversation, war started. Spiritual warfare started. Spiritual warfare. It was. Yeah. Um, I'm telling you, they was lighting my family ass, and they lit my ass up. I mean, I'm telling you, Etha May died right in her house. Uh, we got different fathers, so that's why you hear me say his grandmother. That's not his grandmother on his father's side is not my grandmother, because we got different fathers, but we got the same mother. And you know, Etha May just died. Her house just catches on fire. Boom, gone. Then my brother just disappears. Boom. Nobody knows where he's at. Nobody could find it. People acted fucking weird. I will never forget. I had a phone call with a family member, and they kind of knew the panic and the thing, and they knew what was going on. I at the time didn't understand that this was some spiritual shit. That this was the occult wars shit. But I'll never forget when he said, he asked about my brother, and he said, I forgot, I can't remember exactly, but it was pretty much like what I picked up intuitively was they sacrifice, like somebody in the family gave him up to protect themselves. Like, that was the energy, what was communicated to me, like esoterically, like I kind of knew that. And so, but I put it out of my head, because again, I'm telling you, my vibration is so different. I don't sit and think a lot of things like I'm a thinker, you know, and I'm an overthinker. But when it comes to stuff like that, where you get like them type of downloads like that, and I don't have no proof like that, I usually just throw it out of my mind. Like I'll pick up something intuitively, and a download, and then I just throw it. I just threw it out of my. I'm like, that don't make any sense. Like, no, he didn't do that. Can't nobody do that to him. So I said, that ain't true. And I remember I was at the park. I remember when I was walking around at the park when I had that conversation, and the way it was revealed, like the way he was talking, like they got him. They got like it was that kind of energy. They got him. And then that bootleg gatekeeper Negro said, I heard you up on your YouTube channel talking about. That's how I know gatekeepers watch my shit. That's why I be talking like that to certain elites and certain bloodlines because I already know that they watch. I don't have much viewers, but I know that they watch it. But he said, yeah, I heard you watching it, Zeus, and you said that you were watching Zeus and you were, you know, it's a low vibration. You got to work on you can't you don't have time to do that. You don't have time to be watching no Zeus network. What? Huh? I don't even know you. Like somebody like literally as you say, and I'm like, you watch my video, huh? But it got real. And then he said, he literally said, y'all never believe me, man. And I ain't supposed to. I'm supposed to be just so crazy. So I guess you're supposed to just believe that. I ain't even gonna say all that. But like all I gotta say is primordial ancient one. That shit is real, man. That shit like there are literal gods in the flesh among you. That's all I say. And then some of them are gatekeepers and are nefarious gods. They don't give a fuck about humanity. They don't give a fuck about you, but they got God power still. It may not be the God primordial God because we got sanctions and we got gang, meaning there's different dimensions of where stuff is clearance by primordial God, creator God, and where stuff people just took upon themselves to just do, aka the fallen watchers. You know, and so whatever side you stand on is the side you stand on. But on both sides, believe it or not, it looks remarkably similar in terms of the knowledge. They just reversed engineered our shit. They just reversed engineered it, and it's backwards, and some of it is botched, clearly. And not only that, in terms of like this idea of promotion into ascended master or to godhood or to chief architect. That's a title. Chief architect is a title. Great architect is a title. Lucifer is a title. A morning star is a class of angel. Like certain things that there's a misinterpretive of information where I can see and people could say, okay, we don't care about that. And y'all don't have to care. No, this shit is not for somebody to go and change their life around or go and take this and see what they gonna do with it. No, it ain't about that. Nobody cares about that. It just telling my I'm just telling my story. I'm just telling my shit about what I Um, but yeah, man, this stuff is deep, and again, there's a lot of pain still and a lot of unhealed trauma because when I was going through what happened in July of 2023, um, yeah, they let out the DEWs, and y'all could say, "Oh, DEW's not real." Biden administration already admitted to it. They already admitted to having DEWs. So I just don't understand why I like to play stupid. Like I don't understand why my own community, who who has a literal primordial entity. I'm literally like this is like powerful energy that the black community have access to. For my own community to sit and gaslight me and tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm crazy. Like that to me is like, wow, oh, y'all on some fuck shit. Because you don't sit up there and conjure raw energy like that, powerful energy like that. And then when it comes in the flesh, y'all sit up there and bitch up and then want to go in line with a government to try to kill me. Like, no, I don't fuck with that. I don't like that shit. Or whatever y'all was planning. And if you didn't plan it right, or if you don't, you are trying to keep things secret, all this secret from me. But then y'all sitting up there tapping into fucking with my energy and astral project and fucking with me and trying to do brain entrainment and MK Ultra on me, my motherfucking ass. But then y'all want to keep things secret and get mad because I found this shit out on it from the spiritual realm because God told me. But y'all want to get mad and think I want to sit there like, are we crazy or say that, oh, we gotta kill her. No, that's y'all fault. Y'all had no business doing that shit. And even if I was conjured up, which I do know because again, that person on the phone told me, yo, you was willed in the flesh. Like literally a person, this young Pharaoh's aunt literally told this person willed you in. This was his will. He willed you in. You here in the flesh. Now I don't know what all. My thing is when something is all kept like that, but you know people know things, or you don't saw something, or you don't saw some stuff in the spiritual realm, and I wasn't looking for anything. I don't care what y'all say. Oh, you was out there doing ceremonial magic. I don't even know what that. I don't have connections like that. I don't have. I'm not initiated in nothing, and unless somebody did it when I was a little ass baby and I didn't know. Just I don't remember, and I got a good ass memory. Believe it or not, I can remember shit, and I have proven this. I can remember shit from when I was 1 years old and 2 years old. Now a lot of people can't do that, but oh yeah, I had proof because I remember a family member saying that ain't true. I said, you know what? What's these beads? I said I said at Ethan May's house. I said because I remember I hadn't been to Ethan May's house since I was 1 years old. So that's why was me trying to prove to them that I can remember that I do have memory when I was 1 motherfucking years old. And I said at Ethan May's house, I said there's instead of there being a door, there's pretty shining beads that are like blue, different colored beads that go down. And I said when you go inside of there, there's a chair, a recliner chair that you could sit in. I said an old ass black ass lady was sitting in that chair as Ethan May. And I said, as I was a little kid, I knew she was pri whew, you talking about you see some witches, you see them witches with them crystal ass eyes. You know them green eyes, Supercell when them eyes change. Them green eyes. Y'all remember that show Supercell when they had the orange eyes, light up like that. This motherfucker had green crystal. I said her eyes was crystal. And I said she do some type of um hold on guys, I gotta pause this because there's some noise. Yeah, every time I like do certain videos, like it's like noise and stuff wanna just happen. I really don't be thinking that's coincidental, but it is what it is. Nonetheless, um yeah, Etha May, she had like these crystal eyes. They were like her, and I remember I said she do like she dabbles into something. Mind you, I'm saying this to her. I'm like, she said, "You're right. That there was beads that hang down, and she did have a recliner chair that she would sit in." I said, "I saw that." She said, "You ain't been there since you was 1 years old. How the fuck could you possibly remember that?" I said, "I just remember it. I just remember it. I literally can remember it." Um, and like I said, she did have uh like these crystals in her eyes, and then I said, was she practicing some sort of like, was she doing something? And then that person confirmed that she was dabbling into all that stuff. And I said, oh, okay, because I saw it on her as a little ass kid when I was 1 years old. Kids can see things like as if I was older, I never saw crystals again like that. Like as I hadn't seen her again. I was there the last time I was there. I was 1 years old, and then I hadn't literally didn't see her until I took that trip out there when I was 18 years old. All them years later. I didn't obviously see those crystals, but I remember when I had walked and I did see those beads going down again. I said, they still here after all them years. Because the last time she said, I hadn't seen you since you were 1 years old. And some beads was still there. But when I looked in her eyes, and I think she was one of them black motherfucking reptilians. We ain't even gonna get into that. We're gonna keep that on the hush hush because they like to say, they like to try to discredit me and shit. But like, damn, I really want to go there, but y'all not ready for that. But y'all not ready for that. But I remember when I was 1 years old and I saw that, and I remember I walked past it, I walked through the door of the beads with the crystals, and I stopped and gasped for air when I saw her. I said, At 1 year I remember doing that and looking at her, and she didn't curse me. She didn't. She was just looking at me. She was rocking back and forth in the chair. Old ass dark lady. Oh, and she had them little plaits in her head, rocking back and forth, looking at me with crystal. I'm telling her eyes were crystals that were like it was. I remember looking at her. She was rocking back and forth, and I didn't feel like no bad. But she's sending me curses or she's doing anything wrong. I didn't get that as a kid, but I remember just stopping and just fucking staring. You know how it is rude as there, right? So I was just staring. It literally froze me to see them crystals like that in her eyes, because I said, "Oh, we dealing with that old black ass energy." When we talking about black, we talking about like cosmic melanin. Like it was like cosmic. It walking past them, it was really, it's interesting, you know, uh, But anyways, yeah, that was literally that's my only memory from 1 years old. But I know I was 1 year. I don't know how but the person that I told the story to, she was like, "You're right. You was about 1 years old. You were about 1 year since the last time you've been over there." I said, "Damn, you did remember them beads." She said, "There was some beads that hang down. It's like with blue and red beads." The fuck did you remember that? But believe it or not, I know somebody else. Again, because again, bloodlines is real. Once again, we dealing with Daniel's family. This was my adopted brother. I have adopted siblings, right? My adopted brother, um, Christopher. Now this his aunt Steenie. Remember I told you about Aunt Steenie, who's my adopted aunt by marriage. That's his blood aunt. And Christopher, we got the same last name. Christopher Stanley is my legal brother by law. Aunt Steenie, who died in the Buffalo massacre, that got shot up in that massacre like that in Buffalo. That's his blood aunt, and that's my legal brother. That is my legal brother on paper. I do know that, and that's his blood aunt, his mother's sister. Y'all be like just follow me when we talk about that ritual that happened in that Buffalo massacre. Y'all think this shit is a game, and they are the Daniels family too. Y'all pay attention to how all this shit worked with these bloodlines getting attacked like that. That what I keep telling y'all, that was the elite occult bloodline on attack on Black Americans in Buffalo. I keep telling y'all that was certain bloodlines that they was smoking. And y'all don't want to believe that shit. But yeah. Back to what I was saying though, but with Christopher, my adopted brother, that's Joanne's. That remember I told you with Steenie and Joanne, that Steenie was the one that got killed, that massacred at the Tops in Buffalo. That's my legal brother's. That's not my blood brother. That's my legal. We have the same last name. Because we were my adopted mother adopted him too. The one that was my foster mother that adopted me adopted him too. Okay, so I have to follow it. I mean, it was certain blood. I mean, they all had us together, But no lie, when Christopher was a baby, Christopher could remember stuff like when he was like 6 months and 1 years old. So I know that kids can do this. Black kids can do this. Y'all like to sit up there and think that, when people say, like when Cat Williams tell you that they read these books by 3 years old, y'all think that shit is not real. Y'all think it's crazy. Like when Terrence Howard said he could remember stuff that one, y'all think that shit was crazy. And I'm not caping for anybody, because I don't agree with everything everybody say, just like they people don't agree with everything I say. But no, that shit be real. I know for a fact. I tested it. I don't think he can remember stuff now. Probably, I don't know what he's doing now, because me and we don't talk. But I remember when he was like 10 and 11 and 12, and he had memories. He said, "Yeah, I remember." Now this baby wasn't over no 6 months years old. I remember we went out to Como Park in Buffalo, and we used to play with crawfish. We used to they have crawfish in Buffalo, New York. Yes, they do. And we used to take them home as pets at the Como Park. Como Park, my adopted mother would take us out to the Como Park. Oh, we had a ball out there. They had tarantulas out there too, because I was a little kid and I used to play with them. In Buffalo, like you would think, Como Park has a lot of nature reserve. It's a lot of nature. At least back then. I don't know what they're doing now, but back then it was a nature reserve, and they used to have used to see them crawfish, the motherfucking frogs and toads. Oh, and us as black kids, oh, we used to play with them. Yeah, I like to see the crawfish to eat them. See, like in Buffalo, crawfish is not really something, we didn't look at it as a food yet. So Crawfish was like, oh, we take these home. Oh, we play with these as kids. Oh, we take the frogs home. We take the toad. Remember, toads was big in Buffalo at Como Park. We take these toads home. We take these. Look at this. I remember seeing gray ass tarantula. We talking about with the fur, the spiders with the motherfucking fur. I ain't never seen because they don't really have. You don't see them in the city of Buffalo. Like you don't see no damn tarantula in no damn city now. I mean, come on. But it was the gray spider. Maybe they placed it there. It could have been, but it was a gray spider with motherfucking fur. I said, because I remember being shocked to see that at Cuomo Park. That's why it's so memorable to me because I'm like, hmm? But I know people in Buffalo know that they got them crawfish at the Como Park. I know as a kid, we can't be the only ones because I know we was taking them home. I remember. I guess who took them home? Me as a little kid. And guess what? Christopher was like 6 months old, right? And no lie, I was taking the crawfish, and kind of scaring him with it. I was only 8. Give me some grace. I think it was like 7. Yeah, no, I was 8. I was only 8. So bear with me. Very very child. What an 8-year old gonna do? But yeah, I took the crawfish. It was kind of scaring him with it. He was 6 months years old, and he was kind of like because he wasn't even walking. That I know he wasn't even walking. And I remember he was, looking at it, and I kept scaring him with it. And I was calling fish to fur. Instead of calling him Christopher, I was calling him fish to fur, fish to fur, fish to fur with the crawfish in my hand and putting it all in his face and dancing with it. Um, and no lie, when he was like 10 years old, way old as fuck, he just brought that up one day. He was like, "Yeah, I remember when you were calling me fish. You were calling me Christopher, and you were scaring me with this fish. That's a type of he didn't say crawfish. He didn't remember he don't know it was crawfish now, but he knew it was something in my. He said you was calling me fish." Because I had called him fish for a long time. I was calling him fish for a long time because I remember the crawfish. I was like, fish to fur with the crawfish. And he remembered it. I said, that's what I know. I said, this is a special kid. Now I don't know what he's doing now because he done lost a lot of, the environments happen. But I remember trying to tell other family members that they had to protect his light because I knew right then and there. I said he remembered that when he was 6. That dude was on. It was a fucking baby when he was fucking walking. When no more than 6 months, he remembered that. And that's a true story because I remember them putting the fish in his face. How did he remember that? And then now this one's real creepy. Now this one's really gonna creep y'all out. And this is when I was telling people, I said he got heavy angel spirits on him. And I remember people was laughing. I remember as a kid, people thought I was crazy saying that as a little ass kid. I was like 13, 12. I said Christopher got there's a big ass angels on it. There's some powerful spirits back. Because I remember another, and then this was crazy. He said, yeah, well, I remember. I ain't even gonna give y'all the age because y'all not gonna believe it. Y'all not even gonna believe the age that he was when this happened. It's not even worth even telling y'all. But he had fell off the bed and slid into the crack of the door and slid. And he wasn't crying, he wasn't hurt, thank God. But as I ain't gonna hold you. I was only like 7. Once again, I was like 7, and I remember I laughed. Like I was like 7 or 8. I remember I laughed. I just laughed and I picked him up though. But I remember I laughed and I said, "Oh shit!" He fell between the crack of the door and picked him up, put him back, and he remembered that. He said, "I remember I fell and I was in the crack of the door. I was stuck in the door, and you were laughing." So either some type of spirit was communicating that through him, or he fucking remembered. Either way, he fucking remembered because it was true. Because I remember that. And so that's when I said, "Oh, we got another one. We got another." And I knew that. Knew that. And I knew that they were going to kill his light and do things to sabotage. I knew I said, they're going to put him through the ringer. That's why Granny had him. That's why Granny took me, Chris, my sister, and Brianna. And, it was certain bloodlines. She was keeping us together. She was supposed to get Brianna's brother. Her brother is full white. She's biracial, but she was going to get his brother, and his brother is 100% white. Her brother is 100% white. She was going to adopt him. She had died though, but she was very protective of us too. She was very protective of us. I remember someone had did Miss Barbara had did favoritism between me and her granddaughter, and I went and told Granny, and I said, I call my adopted mother Granny because she adopted us as an elder. If you guys didn't know, She was an elder when she got us. She have no biological connection, but we figured we just call her Granny because she always allowed us to have visitations with my biological parents. She never stopped it. So, but anyways, I remember I had told her, I said about the favoritism, and she went off on that lady. And she the lady kind of put me on the spot and it made me uncomfortable. But I knew what I experienced was favorite. It wasn't right. It wasn't right. It was injustice. As a kid, I knew it was injustice. You know, and she put me on the spot and was like, you did you tell the whole story correctly? And I did. Like, I know what happened was injustice. And I remember Granny took my side. I remember she said, she checked. She said, don't do that to her. Don't da 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 da. And then we had went home, and she asked me again about what happened, and I told her the same story, and I did not change it. I said, but she said she didn't. I said, I'm, and she's saying she lying. I said, I'm like, yes, I'm sorry, but yes, like if that's what that means, I know what happened. And I remember she said, and I told her, don't you ever put that, don't do that, and da da da. I told her, don't do that, da da da. And feeling that love, that shit, I bursted out crying like a baby. And she said, what the fuck you crying for? And I remember I wanted to tell her like, oh, that it just hurt that just warmed my heart, and that just gave me so much joy seeing someone cape for me like that. And I didn't know how to say that as a little ass kid, so I just was like, oh, my head hurts. She said, your head don't hurt, and it didn't hurt, but I didn't know how to express like, I really feel so much gratitude that you stood up for me like that. I really, and I couldn't voice that. Like, I couldn't voice, but I remember clear as day, like feeling like such a joy, like, wow, this person must really motherfucking love my ass. And this person had no relation to me whatsoever. I mean, she was my foster mother. They left us in foster care for fucking 36 months. But we had an awesome I mean, you would have thought, I mean, she really was like a motherfucking granny. She was Black American from Georgia. Georgia, bred and grown. I did their genealogy. I did my adopted family genealogy too. They go back here, just like my biological family goes back here for long ass motherfucking time. They do too. Back in the 1700s, 1800s, and shit. Go way back in the Georgia plantations, and come to find out, my biological family on my father's side and the adopted families in Georgia, they have some convergence. They knew each other. They Masonic bloodlines. They of the same bloodline. Like, when we got adopted, we didn't just go immediately into foster care. We went into a group home. First of all, we stayed with some police officers was surrounded. I mean, I'm telling you, like, this whole thing is so like and I'm telling you, I know they got documentation of us going to Miss Johnson. Her name was Miss Johnson. And I always wanted to go and find Miss Johnson, because we went to a group home before they gave us to Granny, because they had to find someone. And I remember they let me find some good. And Miss Johnson, I ain't gonna hold you. She was real motherfucking nice. It was a group home, but it was like it was like mad Black American kids. But she had this big ass fucking van. She took us to the Old Country Buffet, and she took us to what's that, Chuck E. Cheese, the Old Country Buffet. She was crying when we first arrived, and she was crying when we left. And we couldn't understand that. And they were so good. She said, if I could, I want to keep them. But they had said, you over capacity. She said, they told her, they said, you were excellent foster care. She was an excellent foster. I mean, she had too many motherfucking kids. And I mean, we were bracket off into ages. And there was like multiple beds. You would have thought it was orphanage. I mean, like, it had to at least be like, what, 10, 15 kids? It was like, and then she said, this is transitional housing. It's transitional till we find them something permanent. But she said, she was begging them. She said, can I please keep them? And she was crying. She was a tall, big, light-skinned woman. Her name was Miss Johnson. And I had always been trying to look for that house, and they lived in the cul-de-sac. She was a cul-de-sac. So I got a good memory, but I couldn't remember the street because I couldn't read at the time. I wish I could. Because I remember how the house looked and shit. And I remember, like, she was being so nice to us. And when we first arrived, she was crying when we first arrived. She had to. I mean, honestly, I had my first meal, my first cooked meal, like baked chicken and rice and butter with corn. That I remember. Like, I'm telling you, I have an excellent memory. I remember that. and she was watching me eat. I was like, I couldn't believe. I was like, what? Like, and then we went to the Old Country Buffet. That's my first time ever going to Old Country Buffet. Oh my gosh, that was my first time ever going to Old Country Buffet and going to Chuck E. Cheese. That was my first time going to Chuck E. Cheese. And I'm telling you, she packed us all up in the van. Like it was mad of us. And I remember she had another person. Like she had this. It was like 5 to 7 year olds, like 9 to 10. Like it was like we were in age groups in certain rooms. That's how many people. And boys with boys, girls with girls. Now she let my sister stay with me, even though she would have been technically with the other older age group. She did keep us together. She kept us together. But yeah, we went to Miss Johnson first. But before we went to Miss Johnson, um like when the police picked us up, the police didn't know what to do with us. The police, I ain't gonna hold you, they was motherfucking nice though. I was hiding under the bed because I didn't know what was going on, you know. With the police, they came, they said, where's she at? They found me under the bed. They said, come on. And they grabbed my coat. They put my sister coat on me because as I was so scared. They said, where's your coat? I just pointed to anything. So they just grabbed it, and the coat was so big on me. I remember the coat being big. And when they took us from I remember the police, they put us in the car. They took us to the police station, and they did not know what to do with us. But I do remember them. They went and got some pizza, and because they said, did y'all eat? Y'all hungry or whatever? And gave us a box of pizza, like for us to eat. But we were literally at the police station, and then they had found we were there for a long time. Like we fell asleep there because of what happened, and they didn't. They had to find a place for us to go, and so it took some time. Then we went to Miss Johnson. That was transitional. Um, I guess they found something that they was looking. I'm telling you, I know they had to go back in database and like, what we gonna do with these motherfucking kids, boy? They could have just trafficked us off. They said they found Granny. They found Jacqueline. That's what I call Granny, and they gave us to her. And then that's when we were in foster care for 36 months. You're only supposed to be there for 12 months, guys. And they move you to it. I was in foster care with that same before we got adopted for 3 years. And like the social workers were coming every week, so they can't. And they would say, we're not moving them from here. We're not moving them from here. And then when the question of adoption came up, she was willing to do it. Now here's the thing: when you adopt, and they had told her, they said, if you adopt these kids, we can't pay you monthly because foster care, you get a check. And she said, I'm okay with that. I'll take care of them with my money, because she was working in healthcare, and she was in her 60s, and she did that. They stopped the payments and everything, and she still took care. And there was no different. Like it wasn't like there was we didn't miss a beat. I wouldn't have known, but I know that day that we got adopted, that day that we got adopted, uh, the judge said, you better take these kids for takeout. You better take these kids to Burger King whenever they ask. No lie. Every time we asked for a Burger King, we used to go and get it. Right after we got adopted, we said, Granny, can we get some Burger King? And she went and took us to Burger King. And every time we asked for, I'm telling you, that was my little thing. Remember them cheeseburgers at Burger King? That was $1.07. So we used to we used to go to Burger King a lot. Now they ain't like that, but back then all you needed $1.07 for tax. So you get 4 quarters and you find 5 cents and 2 pennies. Now I used to do that all the time in the car. I used to have the change, in the car. I used to pick them 4 quarters. And Granny, can we go to Burger King? Give me a cheeseburger. Okay. Yep. But yeah. I'm just reflecting. I'm just reflecting. I'm just pensive and reflecting. So I know this is a long ass video, but this stuff is on my soul. Because I just think about things, especially with my time in my 12 years just being in this pro black, conscious stuff and this reparation space. And I ain't gonna hold you. It just did a number on me, man. And I just reflecting on, like, since I, doing studying some of my geometry, so studying some of the things in my natal chart, studying me, and my time is like I said, I have excellent memory, so I remember shit. And I know that things can be easily verified. Like it's not like I just can sit up here and just make up a bunch of lies. Anybody can go to 241 Main Street and get them adoption paper. I know they have to have unless the state is trying to cover up something and they would just make up some shit. Like I wasn't actually I got the paperwork. I got paperwork proving. I have paperwork proving everything that I'm saying. I have stuff like when I say my adopted mother died 1 year after adopting us. I have the proof of that, obviously. Um, I have the. I think I still got the document that they wrote for TAP just because I needed some more grant money for college, stating that yeah she was awarded a state. Like that's real shit. Like that. I know there's documents proving what I'm saying. Even like the social workers and stuff. I'm pretty sure. I think that stuff that they was doing when they was taking us out every week. I think that's off record. I don't think that may be on record. It may be off record, but I know that they was taking us out a lot. That we was going to Jeepers and Kahunaville and Darien Lake. Them social workers was taking. I told y'all that my first movie that when I went to go see Save the Last Dance, that was with some white woman social worker that took us to go see Save the Last Dance at the Galleria Mall. Was it the Gallery? Yeah, the movie theater at the Galleria Mall in Buffalo, New York. I remember that shit because I remember again, I thought it was normal because we like 6 years old, 7 years. You don't think none of that stuff. You just think it's fun. But I remember we went to Kahunaville right after, and we were watching Save the Last Dance, and I'm thinking like, okay, this is the movie was interesting. It was I forgot the name of the people, was her name Julia Stiles or some shit like that. Yeah, but I have a good ass memory. Like I remember that shit. Was it Miss Rachel or Jody Shanker? Yeah, I know we used to go out a lot. I know they used to take us out. Jody Shanker and Rachel used to take us out. And Rachel moved to Canada. Yep. Then we had Miss Diana, social worker. She would bring us nice ass Christmas gifts, good ones too, like Barbie, like name brand shit. Not no cheap ass like Cabbage Patch Doll. They used to bring us some nice shit, like not no cheap ass toys either. So I don't know what the hell that was about. Because again, my foster care experience was not like everybody else's. And I ain't trying to brag or nothing, but I thought, like I said, I thought foster care was a great thing in the United States. Oh shit, they got some good shit. And then when as I grew up, I kept seeing all the other foster care kids tell crazy ass stories about what was happening to them, and so I stopped telling my story. I got mighty fucking lucky, but I do know now that I know they was doing some type of research though on bloodlines because that's not a coincidence as far as how they just linked us up like that and then come to find out there's some connection through the genealogy like that. No, that stuff they had that stuff lined up through gematria. Because the state sure made sure to monitor and keep their motherfucking ass on me and my sister for whatever reason they wanted to. They were watching, they just were watching. But I'm telling you, in August of 2022 and July of 2023, I just think, I don't know, maybe I think the government, I don't know what the fuck that was. I started seeing spiritual shit and I just think that they grew tired. I know at some point though I was put on some sort of watch list. At some point I was put on a list as a targeted individual. That's why I deleted that comment with somebody saying like don't come on my motherfucking channel saying some when you don't know shit. Get the fuck out of why are you on my channel? And you're not even advanced enough or smart enough to understand what this shit is all about. I like you come to say instead of just researching shit because you a stupid motherfucker. Or are you one of them people? Like which one? Like that's why I just humans. I'm like, man, if y'all talking about y'all want Jesus to come back and get y'all, if somebody advances that, y'all would try to kill him just like y'all try to do me. Y'all can't handle information and y'all very jealous hearted, and so y'all would try to kill him. Y'all don't even recognize reincarnations. Y'all don't even recognize. Y'all don't even like. It's like y'all would do the same thing that y'all did 2,000 years ago and have to repeat the cycle once again and wait another motherfucking 2,000 years for another motherfucking reincarnation. That's what the fuck y'all would have to do. Because that's how stupid humanity is. And I try to be gracious and stuff like that. And I have a lot of compassion for humanity. But when y'all sit up there and disrespect me, what the fuck you think you're gonna get back? You disrespect me and oh you crazy and all this stuff I had to deal with when I know I got a whole motherfucking folder proving this shit some of the things I'm talking about. And again, even if I'll take this shit to the Department of Justice, I want that discovery. I want the discovery of that Boule Negro phone calls. I know the NSA got a recording of that. I want the recordings of everything. I try to redact the shit that I tried to record because it was digital on Wi-Fi. I snapped the recording of the other side, the other party. I want all that shit in discovery. Now, I'm not playing with y'all motherfuckers because I already know that what I'm saying is true. I know for a fact that this shit is true. For someone to come on my channel and say, like I gotta make some shit up. Y'all the wicked motherfuckers that's trying to lie to cover up wickedness. And this black community sit up there and do that. And y'all could have been transparent with me and let me know what the hell was going on. And I could, and if it was, it could, that to me lets me know that y'all was trying, like, I'm telling you, it had to be something really fucking wicked and sinister. Because the way that y'all acted and the way that y'all reacted and what happened to me 2 days after I spoke out. It let me know that y'all were trying to do some sinister ass shit. And that what I saw in that spiritual realm had some truth to it, or else y'all wouldn't have freaked out like that. Some people tried to kill me up in that Grady house. They would have killed me if they could have. They just couldn't. They would have, though. They would have. That's why they try to set this all up where they can just come up with some false ass diagnosis. Nobody even checked me. Nobody even gave me nothing. No talk with me, nothing. Because I wasn't saying it because I know I wasn't going to say it. They kept asking me every day, you hear voices? I don't hear no motherfucking voices. What the fuck is y'all? What is y'all doing? And just make up some shit. Just like they literally, the doctors, if I wanted to do a lawsuit, I'm telling y'all. Because I remember like now one of my family members kept trying to like beg me not to go into public because I was going to get a name of the motherfucking doctor and all that stuff. And she kept begging. Now I'm thinking like, oh, you were in on it. That's why you wanted to keep it covered. They just wanted me just to stop talking about it. 2 days after I call out that bitch ass nigga for fucking being a Sherman. And if my thing is, if it was, and then you gonna sit up there and say, oh, you don't have beef with nobody, and if you did have, you're not the type of person to have beef, nigga. You got a whole record over the last 12 years of beef after beef after beef after beef. Why are you trying? Like, I don't know why you do this mirror casting where you try to paint yourself as someone that you're not. That's weird because it's like there's a record of you beefing with mad motherfuckers. Now you want to act like you above it, and now you do sinister, undercover, covert shit where you do a subliminal. You'll say a subliminal bullshit. You'll do something subliminal, covert, and then when somebody call you out, you can act. Technically, you can play the victim and then make it seem like they just came after you out of nowhere, and if they attacked you out of nowhere, and that's some wicked ass shit. A part of some play to try to make it seem like I'm crazy, just like the way you was responding in those emails. Oh, your family, your medication. Like, no, that's you on that. You a gang stalker. Like you one of them people. And y'all niggas, y'all play around with that nigga if y'all want to. Y'all look, time tells all. So when people go and actually start to decipher, okay, what the fuck this is really about? You think people not gonna know that that's an oath taking ass nigga? That the only that's a nigga that's a part of the system. Y'all think people are not gonna stay that dumb forever? Humans ain't gonna stay that damn dumb forever. They gonna realize like that stuff that I can see now. People will see whether it's 50 years from now, 100 years from now. And you could have just made it right, but then you still there gonna I don't know you. I don't know. Like, nah, nigga, you a grimy ass nigga. And even if it was something that was of righteousness, the way y'all reacted, it tells me it wasn't. The way y'all reacted, like that's not what a righteous person. Like say somebody trying to cover for somebody because they want to protect them and look out for them. Couldn't have been what y'all were trying to do because the way y'all reacted. That's not what it is. And so, and the way the treatment. So that let me know y'all trying to hide something. But y'all try to go in for the kill in 2022 and 2023, failed both times, but now y'all want to cover for idiots that I can run circles around. Idiots. And the literal government operative and patties, y'all literally be studying shit and copying shit, following shit, and copying, and then want to act like y'all just don't know what's going on. And then send people over here to come up with this, this. And that's why I'm saying I'm keeping a list of everybody that do that too, because I'm gonna build up a case against y'all motherfuckers. Y'all think I'm playing with y'all because I told that nigga to just make it right and stop playing stupid. You can play dumb. God sees all. You could play dumb to these idiot, these monarch slave, mind controlled slaves that you that y'all done got hooked up to y'all your remote neural monitor. Y'all not ready for that. You could play stupid to them and they gonna believe you and eat that shit up. And they want to believe it, like how I want to believe it. Uh, but God sees all. You know, God sees all. You nobody gets away with anything. Nobody gets away, with anything. They may think they do, but they don't. And like I said, like in that reparation space, I see like y'all Black Americans, y'all be complaining about like the true history of America. Y'all be talking about the treaties and talking about like, oh, we just need to do our genealogy and the government, we just need this is a true history of us being Indians. And y'all try to go back and forth with like them gatekeepers in the reparation space, like like the freedmen's and all that. Y'all go back and forth with them. Y'all do know the government already know that. They know what y'all saying is true. They don't care. They know that. They knew that in 2021. Like I'll be seeing last one, like just going on and on and on about these treaties and we waking this up and we got intellectual, we got real liquor store scholarship and we got, and I'm thinking like they know everything that you're saying is true. They do. They don't think you. They know they're going to blacklist you, and they are purposely ignoring you. But they know for a fact that everything you're saying is true. They don't give a shit. These people are corrupt. It's a part of the psyop and mind control to gaslight you. They know that y'all not Africans. They know that y'all. But y'all see what they did with black. With changing that definition of black on your ass 30 years ago. This is a grimy ass. This is a corrupt system if I ever seen it, man. They know that shit they telling y'all about 1619, about y'all came off of some Atlantic boat and shit. They know not all of us is Africans. They know that some of y'all are fucking royal Moors of the Hebrew Sephardic bloodline and Moors of the Draco Luciferian bloodline. They already got records of all of that. They already know that a lot of y'all are Indians. They already know some of who got true Solomonic blood and know that. They did a ritual on our asses to reverse it's called a ritual binding. I proved it in that book. Y'all don't want to follow me. Not when I say follow, I'm talking about follow my train of thought, not literally follow me, but I'm talking about follow the process of where I broke down that book in the Westminster Abbey and our names in that book, my names, all of the surnames of my ancestors on both sides, including once again, I was doing Oz's family too, because we were best friends at the time we were talking about this. So I was telling her as well about this stuff. That's when I found the Daniels in the book too, Young Pharaoh's bloodline. I'm telling you, this shit is deep. The Jones, the Washingtons, they all that black, all them names that we got, they reversed. They did a binding ritual. They those who sold us out, them fucking black Draco Moors that sold us, made them Paxton deals that sold us out aeons ago. When they was setting up the American government, they did a binding on the black, those royal black bloodlines that snuck in. And some of them that crept in from Ireland and Spain. Oh, they lit our asses up good, and then they did keep some of them because again they separated Draco's Moors from Solomonic Moor. And they put them Solomon Hebrew Sephardic. They put just our asses right in slavery with the Indians and the fucking Africans. That's why we don't act the same, even if we understand one another. That's why y'all get mad at the Freemans because a lot of them be talking about they more and more and more. Yeah, they not lying about that. Not all of them are Moors, but they not lying about that. They know who they are, but they are from a different blood, like different light code. That's why we, even though some of us have black European blood, we will still won't get along with them. We still won't get along with them because they separated us. They know who is who. They know that y'all not lying. When y'all sit up there and talk about them American treaties like that and show about all them Indians and show them genealogies and shit, they know you are talking to the. I'm telling you how, because I've been doing this shit for 2020, telling them they ain't about the Indians. We not African Americans. We this. Here's the real history. Here's the Pacific slave trade. You think we already been there, done it? I'm telling you for a fact. I'm on the phone with people that had the access to the highest levels of the whatever that shit they was pulling over there in reparations, California, and they said it's a business deal. This shit, what the fuck, like You got to make a business decision. Either you want this money or you don't. Shit, keep it fucking moving. In. If you want to sit up here, Indian, good shit. We know y'all Indian. We don't give a fuck. The government told us we got to use African American. The government told us we got to do this. Say 1619. Say in order for us to get this money, that's what the fuck we gonna do. That's how they think. Yeah, it's corrupt. Yeah, it's not right. That's how the fuck they think. They took an oath. They know the history. They know everything y'all saying is true. Just like that pretendian slur. That's all. That's all. That's government patsy mind control. They was using that pretendian shit. They know for they know it's not. There are people that clear as day have Indians in their family. I know. I've seen Black Americans literally prove to me that they are related to a chief of Mattamuskeet tribe. Like literally the great grandson of a fucking Indian chief. Like literally just like blood. Black Americans have been showing me all types of that kind of stuff. It's like how they've been showing me shit from Europe and stuff, and the Black Moors in Europe. Like they already know all this stuff. They already know. The government knows. They know it 100%. They want to cover it up. That's why they blacklisting us left and right. And I was the one that they like, we really gotta get this bitch off the paint. So we gonna call her crazy, try to kill her ass, and she speak up, and she a priestess too. Oh hell no. Oh, we about to get her motherfucking ass. Um, but yeah, they already know. And I'm not saying all of the Boulay or Drake or Morris. But guess what? I'm gonna say you this. I'm gonna tell you this one too. These oath takers, they have a duty to fulfill. They answer to that beast, and they care for no one. So if that means selling out the collective, that's what the fuck they gonna do. If any type of play. Now it's very credulous and it's fleeting but those are not free souls. I see them Indians going back all forth all day, going, oh, trying to share. Are we waking this history up? We telling them that they doing our reparations wrong. They telling them what they doing the reparations wrong. They know they doing the They know that. They made a deal. They sold us out. It is what it is. You ain't gonna get up there and tell, because trust me, I tried. You ain't gonna get up there and tell them, hey, we need to do this, we need to do, and you can have the best ideas, and it's clear, logical, and it's clear as day, a straight path to what we need to do and how to get this motherfucking reparations, direct cash payment, direct cash, okay? And these motherfuckers don't care about none of that. They like they patsies. They have an oath. They don't. They are a part of the system. So when you go and trying to shame them for oh, you telling us we Africans, we there, they secretly they go home and eat their food, knowing that they are of a royal, knowing of who they are in this system, and knowing that y'all that they Indians, and knowing that they true, or that they have more, or Sephardic more, or maybe even some are truly African. But some of them that are Moorish, they consider that still a direct path to North Africa. So they still technically, it's not like they deny that. But yeah, they already know that shit. Like when y'all be talking about them treaties. We was talking about them treaties, believe it or not, on Clubhouse in 2020. Yeah, no lie. Like that stuff y'all talking about with them treaties and waking that shit up. We was doing genealogy and talking about treaties. We was gonna code them treaties. I remember we were talking in a private group with a bunch of Indians. We said, and I've always knew I was half and half. I thought I was more of Indian, but when I did my genealogy, I can clear as day see more Black European. Which people could probably, that's a lot of the Indians. They kind of always get suspicious of me because they think I'm gonna sell them out, or they could feel that Black European blood. But I'm not one to sell. I'm not going to sell the mouth. Now the Draco Moors, yes, they understand me. Yes, they respect me. Yes, they like me. Yes, some of them hate me. Yes, some of them are jealous of me. But Draco Moors, they understand we have the same part of the same light codes in the bloodline, and so the mindset is the same. Um, I'm just not corrupt. And again, we come from different. It's 125D versus Fallen Watcher D. So it's like which one did which side? The light code is similar. It's just who did you take your pack to, and what bloodline did you come from? Are you directly from 125D, or are you the one that is more so of the Luciferian Draco Moor? Which type of Moor are you? Brother, you have the Muslim Brotherhood Moor. You have Hebrew Sephardic Moor. These are all different. These are different types of energies. So we could feel that. I could feel that in 2024 as a priestess. I could feel that shit. You think I don't? I can't feel that. And so they know. And they recognize me instantly. They recognize me. They know that I'm of a royal bloodline. And then my bloodline is the one that's been getting sacrificed because of the ritual bindings, and they want my bloodline out. And I'm not the only one. I'm not the only royal bloodline. But I'm saying they are attacking Black American bloodlines in Buffalo, New York, in Georgia, Alabama, because they know exactly who the fuck you are. That's why they had uh uh what's it, Larry Hoover up in that motherfucking prison, you know. And Mumia Abu Jamal, y'all think this shit is a game. They knock out Huey P. You think they don't know who these people are? They know exactly. And you can clown them and say maybe they was a Pan African, you didn't like them and be childish or whatever. But no, this is a bigger play here. They knock out every single last one of your leaders and they use black niggas to do it, black Draco Morris to do it. Just like how they use Draco Morris to come after my ass. They didn't really use Indians to come after my ass. They use a lot of them Draco Morris. They use a lot of them with half and half. And they Masons. They surround your ass and gut and try to set your motherfucking ass up. Y'all could come on this channel and say, all the fuck you want. I know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Hey, brother Ken. How you doing, Ken? When I see people LOL, you got to tell me what you laughing at, or else you about to get on up out of here too, because I'm talking about something very serious, brother Ken. And so, and you know, we cool. So I'm trying to figure out like what you laughing at, and that could be me being sensitive, but this is a very serious topic of what we've been discussing, and so um, and hey, brother Ken, and so I want to know, you know, what was the part that was funny. Um, no disrespect, no disrespect at all. Because you know I got love for you, and I respect everything you've been doing with the ozone. 'Cause you know that's important with what the information that you've been breaking up on the ozone, with keeping his information out there. That's major, and I really appreciate that you taking the time to do that. Oh yeah, they put us in slavery. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I did laugh at that part because that they did. They got our asses too. They because they knew what they were doing. This is we're talking about Masonic craftsmanship. These people are not stupid. Y'all think the founders, the people in the people that got our asses and chain us all up like that, man? That was a ritual, man. That's SRA. If you, I'm telling you, Black Americans are the biggest victims of SRA and MK Ultra. If I've ever seen it, I just don't know it yet. But yeah, they did us dirty, man. They really did. And it's unfortunate because to this day they still got Draco Morris that will sell us out. But they saying something Freedmen's or they FBA, whatever they say, they still do that shit. They still will do that to us. They still will. And then those of us that and there are Indians that are half and half. They just claim full Indian, but they know good and hell well they part Black European. And that's what they busy. I tried to do that. I just don't get away with it because it's so obvious. It's to the Indians. I'm telling you, every time I used to just hang around just the Black American Indians, always stood out like a sword motherfucking thumb. I'm telling you. They never, and they used to just be looking at me like they respect me, you know, but they were always just really uncomfortable. They were so uncomfortable with me. They were so uncomfortable because they knew I had more Black European blood, even though my mother is Indian. There she is. And if you say you are what your mother is, yeah, that's true. But even on her side, there's a lot of Black European blood, you know, and so it's actually more white European, to be honest. So I don't really get away with it, you know. You know, as far as like, I can't fully say I'm 100% Indian. I don't feel comfortable saying that. I just don't. I never did. Um, but I know it. I know I grew up hearing that shit. Now that I heard that growing up, hell yeah, I heard that growing up that we was Indian. I mean, who hasn't, as Black Americans, didn't hear that? We heard that, but doing the genealogy, I do. I ain't gonna hold you. I do see more of that European shit than anything else, and Negro and Black, you know, Negro Black, but more of the European stuff as far as going back there. And actually, someone in my, I told you, somebody, a family member had did the genealogy, and they got back into more of Europe. They got into like the late 1700s, and they asked, you know, we're still in America, but then eventually that shit go right back to Europe. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. And so, you know, when I would hang around them Draco Moors though, and again, they don't go by Draco Moor today. And I can recognize a Sephardic Moor versus a Draco Moor instantly. The Draco Moors are the ones that's under oath that's in bed with this government. And when I hang around them, and even the Sephardic, I'm telling you, it's a different energy. They know who I am, and they like, okay, you want in or not? Because you are the bloodline. I don't want in. I don't want in like that. And so I'm not I'm 125D more. You call me Sephardic more, without I'm 124D, 125D. And again, I don't claim sit up there and say I'm more and all this stuff like that on that type of shit. I'm just talking about genealogy wise. Genealogy is your fucking genealogy. But I ain't gonna try to put that jacket on all of us and say we all Moors or we all Indians or we all Africans. No, I can't do that to us. I can only talk about my shit, and I'm proud of my shit because I know for a fact on the ancestor level, even if the genealogy didn't come through, I know them ancestors was coming in my dreams, giving me hella information, hella codes, hella shit, told me pretty much all the shit I need to know. And so I'm good. And it was all different types. It was this the Indian, the Africans, white, and Moors, Masons. They just came into dreams. There's a speaking, telling me all the information I need to know, and all that shit checked out. A lot of that shit checked out. Yep. But yeah, you Black Americans. When I say, I'm gonna tell you this another thing too. It's not just the it's not just the Draco Moors that sold y'all out. Y'all do have Indian royalty that are involved in the government, and they are gatekeepers as well. Yep, Indian royalty. Yep. And that's why y'all clash with them. I see y'all clash with them too. It's one I could recognize Indian royalty too, instantly. I'm talking about Black American Indian royalty. That they have it. I've seen it. I'm not gonna give some names, but there is one. And here's the thing: you ever pay attention to y'all Boule, the ones that work in government, right? I'm talking about like Congress, like literally like in Congress. You do know these Black Americans got their motherfucking Cherokee papers. Y'all know that, right? They're gatekeepers. I can name. I'm not even gonna name them because I ain't trying. I've already got under hot fire and shit. I'm already pissed off powerful people. I ain't trying to get my ass smoked even more. But they got their motherfucking Cherokee papers. These are gatekeepers, Black American gatekeepers that got they on record connected with them tribes, tribal card. They got reservation access, all types of benefits, and they still saying African American, and they still telling you that y'all African American, but they walking around with a motherfucking Cherokee tribal card. And they brown skin. We talk about brown skin Black Americans. And I know y'all know how y'all love to say, "Oh, you light skin and with certain wavy hair, you Indian." All these motherfuckers. I'm telling you, it's like a known thing. They look Black American. They actually they'll say, but they got cheer. They got And I'm not saying we gotta go and get enrolled and none of that. I'm not. I come on, please nuance what I'm saying. I'm not saying that's what we gotta go and do. I'm just saying, oh, they got their reservation cards. Then they take it because they was able to prove it. Because, like you said, they did the genealogy, so they know that they Indians. They actually know that. We talking about people in Congress that I have the conversations with Black American Indians on the behind the scenes that actually gave me that information. I looked it up and confirmed it. Like, oh yeah, such and such and such and such that were this. I'm thinking, what? Huh? Oh yeah, they know, and they keep a lot. They really. I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's heartbreaking because I could never do nothing like that. I can't. Why would you want to do that? Why would I don't get it. I just can't. I can't. I can't do that. Like knowing the truth and just keep going with a lie like that. That's not my spirit. You can't get me to sit up there and secretly have some truth and then go and tell the public a lie to lead them astray. Nope, no way. Mm-mm. That's that Saturn energy. It is what it is. It's primordial energy. It's like we can't relate to that. you know. And you had these people that were talking about all these stupid these treaties. Oh, we waking up to scholarship. We bringing real scholarship. These motherfuckers already know they don't care and they have the power not to care. Just like how we was doing all that arguing and fighting and fussing about that LNB. Them motherfuckers had that shit cooked from the beginning. And it took me a while to catch on to what the hell was going on. They already had that play emotion. I'll never forget we was doing all this stuff. We gonna call ourselves Black Americans. We gonna call ourselves AD. We gonna call ourselves FBA. Calling up here saying all this shit. And I was one that advocated for Black American, but it was calling just saying all they wanted to call themselves all this bullshit. And I would never forget one of the gatekeepers, like literally one of the gatekeepers said, "Yo, I had I had a conversation with the person on the phone that's making a motherfucking decision." And before we was doing all that calling, she had already said, "Yeah, be sticking with African American. It is what the fuck it is. Ain't no separate category. Ain't none of this shit. That's just busy work. That's just to keep us distracted, to keep us from asking too many motherfucking questions. That was to get our energy up, calling in, talking crazy. People talking, we want to be called FBA. We want to be called ADOS. ADOS. People say they want to be called Freemans. They want to be free. We want to be Black Americans. We want to be. So somebody said it Egyptian Freeman, you know. And so they already knew y'all cousins gonna sit up there and go and argue and do all that. And them people at the top that made that decision, they had that shit cooked in months in advance. We calling y'all African Americans. That's the fuck it is. Ain't no separate category. We don't care about no men, none of that. The fuck y'all talking about? And so now they talking about suing. We'll see. I ain't doing no motherfucking busy work for the government to keep us occupied because Black Americans don't woke up and they asking too many questions. They want the right to self-identify. They want to do their genealogy. They want cash motherfucking payment, direct cash payment for reparations. You know, and so they really trying to keep us motherfucking occupied. Niggas like us occupied. Just like that shit at reparations in California, going back and forth, thinking we got to do it this way. They got to do thinking they want our motherfucking input. They don't give a fuck about our input. They ready to get their bag for their nonprofit organization to replace them legacy organizations and be the new boule, be the new fucking do boy patties for the government. They took an oath. They already took an oath, but they at a low level and they want to move to another level. They told y'all to play to your face. I've heard shit, man. I heard them literally. We took an oath not to help the Negro, and that shit flew right over your heads. Y'all be too busy going back and forth, and somebody literally tell y'all to your face, "We preyed on you. We sent such and such over to monitor you," and literally told y'all that to your face, and y'all just it flies over your head. The fuck? It's all a play. So my advice is to stay free. Don't get worked up over this government patsy shit unless you doing something that's more independent in terms of say you want to run for local city council or some shit like that and you get with this people and you do, but don't be all clicky with that reparations. That shit is clicky. Them people can't think for themselves, and unless they wanted to negotiate fairly and transparency, which they won't. And another thing I want to say, don't think they're going to get away with what they are doing to Black Americans. No one gets away with anything. What's done in the dark always come to light. God sees all. No one gets away. You people think they just gonna get away, especially with this shit that happened to me. No, nobody gets away with any motherfucking thing. And these people are cursed. They lost their free will. That's why when you take an oath, you lose your fucking free will, and they don't tell you that until it's too late. You get up at that highest level, man. You find out who the fuck you about to bow down to for the rest of your life and on eternity and all generations. That shit ain't even fucking worth it. These people think I could see that shit, and I was told by my ancestors what it was all about because they got caught up in it, and they spent war in the spiritual warfare trying to get us all out of that shit. And I told you about I had a person in my family that told me they broke their oath and walked away and paid the price for it, and that shit came down on us. That's why I was put. I'm thinking it could be one of the reasons why I was a targeted individual. It could be because he walked away. He broke his oath. He told me that. Now, did he, or maybe he did lie? He could have told me that to make it seem like he did the right thing and played the fuck out of me. I don't know. It could have been, just saying, yeah, I walked away, whatever. I don't know. I know that they put him through the ringer. I know I figured out some shit, and I know that my ancestors. I don't. He didn't tell me nothing. So if people think, oh, he was the one that, no, he didn't. He was gonna let whatever they gonna do to me. I was the sacrifice. They was gonna let it. They was gonna let it happen. Whatever. But I know my ancestors fought like hell, man. And when my granddad died, that same day that motherfucker died, they showed up a whole army of black men um, in their regalia, In the spiritual realm. And that same day, mind you, I didn't even know he had died. I had found out from a family member that he had died. But that day that he had died was the day I had a dream about him all of a sudden. And they were showing me all of the regalia, all the different meanings and stuff, everything that happened. And it wasn't really him, it was ones that were older than him. It was ones that were the older ones on that side, of that patriarchal side, that was showing me all that stuff about high level masonry. That's when Saint Bernard came through. But Saint Bernard is on my matriarchal side, but he came through as well because I guess them ancestors know one another. I guess it's just with the Knights Templars and shit. But they all just told me everything and what they was trying to do, and that they wasn't going for it. Then the white woman came through. I told you my sixth grandmother on both sides of my family members are labeled as white on the U.S. Census. Six great grandmother. None of the people that was they was black. Told you these Moors was getting busy. Um, yeah, but that's just like this verifiable. Like I'm not just like the sixth great grandmother on my mother and my father. So they both are white women. And one of them white women's came. She said she was my sixth great grandmother. She started singing like a canary of what they was trying to do. And she started saying, she was like, these are some of the oaths that was taken and some of the things that was passed down through the bloodline, and we trying to break it all up because we don't want that shit happening to you. We done with this. We walking up. We done with it. We trying to get free. But she had to tell me. She said, "You see this stuff right here?" And I remember I said it feels wicked, and she said it is wicked. She said, "Stay away from that shit." And she let me know. And she was showing me information from the Knights Templar, all of that. Not all of them were wicked. Like that's what Saint Bernard's like. I don't want nothing to do with that shit. Oh, Saint Bernard turning his motherfucking grave. That's a lot for a nigga like that to come to you. And he did have more. He is half Moorish but look white. He's Moorish but look white. But yeah, for him to come and say, "Look, this was going on. I don't approve of this." That's some crazy ass shit. And I had to deal with all of that in August 2022. Uninitiated, untrained, civilian, don't know nothing about no esoterics. I knew esoteric shit. I had been studying. Don't get me wrong, but as far as supernatural shit like that to happen, like where some ancestors can come in your dreams like that. No, I ain't never had been dealing with no shit like that where ancestors come into your dreams and give you information like that when you sleeping. Nah, hell nah. And then the Ogun visitation and Hathor visitation and Rishkar visitation. That shit had my oh my god. That's heavy energy. You know how heavy a Rishkar. I'm telling you, the planet of Saturn had to push my soul out of my body. That Saturn. Oh man, you think Saturn's energy is so powerful, boy. Um, all that shit was scary because I said I'm gonna go on there. I said, oh, it's my time to go. I'm dying. I just knew. I said, well, I'm dead. Okay. Well, here we go. And they were pushing me down, 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 down. That's that Earth energy can't do that. That Saturn had to handle that. And I remember she said, "They're pushing you down," and I remember they pushed me back up because no one goes to a risk call and make it out alive. Well, my motherfucking ass did because I sure remember her saying the risk. I remember how she looked and everything. That's in the bloodline. That was a part of it. And she. But for them, they had to push. That was energy that was so archaic and so ancient and so heavy. Oh my gosh, the heaviest. Oh my gosh, just imagine somebody just dropping a crane on your motherfucking chest or something. Oh my gosh. Oh, and we going down, down, down. If Richard God gives me her message, I tell you that story of what she said. Push me back up, and I thought I get to go back because I'm thinking, oh shit, that she gonna keep me down here with what the fuck out of the underworld, you know. I just thought I said, oh shit, and I really didn't think I was gonna be getting back in my body. I didn't, but I remember they said, okay, she said, now go back and tell them what I said. Go back. And I said, I really like, I get to go back. Who the fuck is a Russian god? I don't know what none of this shit is. And I remember Saturn came, that energy, boom, had to come back in and push me. That's some heavy ass, that's some powerful energy. Had to push me back up. You know, we were going back up, going back up, going back up through octaves of resonances. And I remember I was able to get back in my body, and I woke up and I said, "Ooh," and I said, "I thought I was dead." I just knew I was. I'm like, what? And I literally woke up, and I'm like, I'm back in, where I was in my bed. I said, good God, good God. Yeah, but man, that was some wild stuff. And for me to not ask for that, or obviously maybe it could have been somebody doing some rituals on me or something. I don't know, but yeah, That was some wild ass shit, boy. And then for me to know, I remember clear as day it being sat pushing me up and pushing me down, and them having the energy and that power to be able to do it to get me back in my soul, to get me back in my body, physical body. It's 3D. That's a lot. That's a lot of energy and a lot of power because we all 3D. Is we all kind of in a, it's a state of density. That's still a resonance. It's still spiritual. It's not really a physical separation. It's just a difference in a octave of resonance, pretty much. I'll say it that way. But to be able to push it down that far and get it back up to where it's 3D, where I'm still in a physical flesh and not fucking dead. Oh yeah, Saturn had to take care of that. And I remember just Saturn had complete control. And by that we talk about Chrome Mother, the Kali Ma, that primordial mother energy. That was in complete control that day. That I knew. And I just I was just going for the ride. I was just going for the motherfucking ride because I sure ain't had no control over that, and I just knew can you imagine that? And then I had a little bit of fear, but something in my soul, in the back of my head, was telling me not to have no fear. But I did have some fear. But I remember in the back of my head, my soul knew I didn't have to be fearful or nothing. I just kind of knew that, but I still was scared. I mean, come on. But as far as what these people are doing, the Black Americans, man, they cursed, man. They lost their free will. They think they about to get a bag to move up. They have no idea what they're getting in bed with. I'm telling you, I saw, and these are, I told y'all earlier in this video that I saw Black Americans in the spiritual realm with Babylonian chains on their fucking neck from that shit they got involved with them pacts that they made. And we talk about total loss of free will, and I saw that in the spiritual realm. And these are souls that get recycled, they get reincarnated, and they under oath, so they can't tell you that they transfer their consciousness. And they're very powerful spiritually. And they walked away. Some of them they do. They just keep their head. They don't want to play the deal or the game anymore. But they still, when them Babylonian chains get yanked, they get yanked. I've seen it spiritually, and it's very devastating to see that on Black America, like to know that people got involved with messing with that stuff and taking them packs and oaths and shit like that. And you could see that spiritually. And then to know that they got our fresh soul, new Black Americans signing up for that, and they don't know what they're getting in bed with. They have the worst deal on the planet, which is turning over your consciousness to a remote neural monitoring, neuro linguistic programming based off of reverse technology of 125D that was that's pretty much demonic. It's reversed engineered. They will be cloned. They will be discarded and forced to keep recycling back here unless they walk away from it all. They have to seek enlightenment and higher consciousness. They can still get out of it just because some change. But if your vibration is so low and you've been broken, your spirit get broken, it's hard to put that back together. But any broken spirit can be mended and put back together and retrieved and recovered. So this is not like, oh, that's just it. That's what they did. That's what you did. You have to walk away and suffer the consequences. Somebody in my family paid that price and walked away completely. Somebody did it. And the ancestors were all in the court. They were okay with it. He told me he walked away. Now, did he actually walk away? I don't know. But and you will lose everything. You ain't gonna have no money. You ain't gonna have no car. You ain't gonna have no house. They're gonna lock you out of every motherfucking thing. That's where you get put on the targeted individual list. You break the oath. Now, it's usually blood in, blood out. If they could have killed them, they would have killed them. They would have killed my bloodline. It would have killed us off already. They have already tried. They have already tried. You have no idea the stories that I've heard. They have already tried to kill multiple people in my bloodline. I've heard the stories growing up. I heard stuff where stuff didn't sound right, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, oh, okay. But as far as those that keep recycling back here, they have to choose enlightenment. They have to choose their higher awareness, Christ consciousness. They have to walk away from the system and leave it all behind. But they won't do that because they are addicted to the illusion of fame and fortune. They're addicted to the illusion of ego. And so when you talk about a system, I remember I heard people that was born into this, because again, some people are born into it, and you can definitely can't judge them. And God, You don't know what plans God had for them. Because I'm clearly was born into this. Like Orlando Brown, like some people are just all born into that shit. But I remember I heard from people saying from people that was born into it that they were going to be raised to be like a mother of darkness, and it is a cult. Your training happens occultically, meaning interdimensionally. And that's just like when people talk about the Montag program and they don't have real concrete proof. It's because it's interdimensional. That's why I keep saying interdimensional, interdimensional. I keep trying to draw that in, and I'm too early on it. I'm too early, so I don't understand me. But um, when people be talking about that and you be thinking they sound crazy and all that stuff and how they be taking kids, whatever they were doing with the kids to train them up in the ways of that stuff is all occultic. You wouldn't believe, like I'm telling you, I heard Black Americans tell me certain fucking dreams, and it just used to go in one. When we growing up and you don't think nothing of it, but then we start to research all this shit, and you be like, there it go, that was it. Whoa, like the stories that happen with, like, how people come to the women say that what was happening with them when they were trained to be a mothers of darkness. I've heard certain stories like that even with people in my own family and my biological family. It was just occultic. They would be telling me that it was a dream, and I'm thinking like, that's the same story that she said. That's the same story. Mm. Whew, good God. Well, you can't even really talk about that shit because the public not ready for it, and it don't even really matter. But it's just like, damn, like this shit is deep. But I remember she was saying, she was like, those at that high level, those that get up there to become, that's in this high ranking, that's destined to be a part of that kingdom, to be part of their system. That Lucifer hates, his own followers and cares about no one and turns on them. And so that is a looks of Luciferian mirror casting of the collective consciousness of the system of an octave of low governing force. It has nothing to really do with morning star, true morning star energy. But imagine if the energy is a potentiator for humanity to ascend and become enlightened, but they rather focus on division and hatred and ego and jealousy and racism and sexism and lies and not facing they shit. And then they develop this narcissistic, psychotic psychosis, mass psychosis. And then there's a system, a beast system that's based on Metatronic demonic technology of reversed engineered technology from the fallen watchers. And then you see where you can just do it right, but then you just want to go wrong. And then you see people be thirsty like that for power and to do anything to go to a next level, even sell their free will. Yeah, you would be disgusted with that type of creature. I'm not gonna hold you. You would be disgusted because it's all right in front of you. It's all there. It's right there. And so I remember when she said that, she said, "Well, Lucifer switch up on you one minute. You. It's like he hates his own follower, people that are devoted." I remember she said this, and this was a person that was really really high ranking up there. As the mothers of darkness. Um, when she said that, and I had to, I just was like, and I'm like, okay, this is a potentiator energy, and then nobody is actually becoming enlightened. But then you also got people that botched fucking information and stole it, and I mean, is it even the right? It's not even the right bloodline. It's the whole thing is just fucked up, man. But if you have all the tools to free yourself, including all of the codes to break your MK Ultra just right in front of you, and then the sin and awakening, and then you got the true teachings of Yeshua, and these humans still have the mitigated gall to think that God will kill a chosen one from the 125D dimension to save humanity from the fucked up shit that they were doing, instead of admitting that they murdered a messenger, just like they kill a bunch of messiahs. That's some psychotic ass shit. So humanity, you try to project onto your primordial beings that they crazy, but humanity is fucked up in the head, man. They think that one person could die for them to relieve them of the wrongdoing that they did. That's Satan. That's causative Satanism. That's a satanic sacrifice right in front of you. And that's why like real beings from different dimensions is like, y'all got this. Whatever y'all, if y'all want to end up like Mars, go end up like Mars. What the fuck that got to do with us? Because that's some backward ass shit. And then all the information is just sitting right there in front of you. But all y'all want to sit and do is listen to this government tell y'all who's this, and go and kill and go and kill righteous motherfuckers, and go kill people that sent to help y'all. And like I said, if he did come back, it's psychotic as humanity is, he wouldn't last a day. Y'all be done killed that person because he be talking the same shit like how I'm talking. Y'all be done locked his ass up and said he crazy, and fucking off his ass. And it'll be at the behest of the Draco reptilians at the top of the fallen watchers that run this shit. They send the orders like they send the orders the last time. Must send them orders right like they did, and have it all play a nice little stage psyop where y'all thinking y'all doing the right thing, and then they'll switch it up on you 100 years after it happened, and then tell you that the motherfucker died for you because you needed this. And then twist up all his teachings, fuck up all his teachings, and fuck up everything he was saying, hide shit he was saying, hide the true stories of everything, hide his whole true bloodline, hide everything about it, and then have it out y'all just running around like chickens, like y'all heads cut off. All that information out there, and we supposed to be seeing a bunch of Yeshuas. They're supposed to be seeing a bunch of Jesuses running around here, and talk about it in terms of that level of power, in terms of that level of enlightenment and awareness. It's supposed to be for all of humanity. That was the goal. That was the plan to usher in that shit 2,000 years ago. It got cut short. They added some things, told you different things, and that don't mean you gotta I'm not telling nobody to stop believing whatever the hell they want to believe in, whether you want to believe it or not. Some people don't believe it existed at all. I'm not here to sit up there and drill my thoughts in nobody damn head. I appreciate anybody that would take the time out to listen, to certain things I gotta say, but nothing I say is law. I'm just a consciousness of resonance, expressing my individual awareness unit. I have my own individual awareness unit and my own free will awareness unit. So I'm just, you know, one expression of the collective whole, and so is everybody else. And so when we tune into what somebody, that's why I don't believe in mind control. I don't believe in cults. I ain't trying to control what nobody think, what nobody. Now, if you disrespect me, I'm disrespect your ass back, or we just get you out the paint. But I'm not here to try to disrespect nobody or try to force my will on nobody. Or, oh, this is what I think. You got to think. Oh, what you think is, hey, I have my opinion, but we all got an opinion. Some opinions are better than others. Some opinions are not even opinions. They're speculations. They're theories. Some things are actual facts. Some people are, they just have better fucking ideas. We all don't have the same equal ideas. It just is what it is. Now, are my ideas better than people? Sometimes. Are other people ideas better than mine? Sometimes. We all have a lane, an area of expertise in the lane of what we good at. And so I can't hold it on with, I can't sit up there and act like my lane is certain things that it's not. And vice versa. But I'm not here to sit up there and try to mind control nobody. I don't believe in that shit at all, man. That's some wicked ass shit, man. You have a free will awareness unit and an individual unit of consciousness. The universe is mental, and every mind is a universe. Every human is a star. Everybody that's not a fucking NPC in terms of their holographic creation that the highest levels of the CIA has access to. I mean, come on, guys. If you ain't that and say you got an actual soul, oh no, you're an actual star. Your actual, like, literally the cosmos is within your ass. Like, no, you ain't nobody supposed to mind control y'all. And once y'all realize how deep this MK Ultra shit is, like how Phil Valentine tried to warn y'all in the '80s, whoo, y'all gonna lose y'all shit. Y'all thought I lost my shit. Y'all thought Ryan Garcia was talking some great. Oh man, oh, and we gotta be here to coax y'all through it. I'll probably be dead and gone by the time it does happen. But we talking like, if 100 years from now or 200, where it finally hit humanity of what's been done to y'all. Whew, because I see it now. I'm just too early. But man, y'all gonna hit y'all shit, man. And that's why I'm telling y'all, you better read that. The active philosophy is out there for free. I ain't out here trying to charge. You can't say, oh, you trying to get a bag off. You could get the motherfucking book for free. Shit, it's right on the internet for free. If you want to support that, just throw me a couple dollars. You know, which I know I'm a targeted individual, and I'm telling you, shit, man, I've been going through. Mm-mm. I've never had a lot, but I've always found ways to be content. And there are times where you just you have this you kind of normalize you know depression. I wouldn't say depression, but just because I know my vibration has always been high, and I know I've always been very pensive and a deep thinker. But I think like at times where in terms of what we have went through as Black Americans, in terms of like this idea of the struggle, I think a lot of us walk around with that cloak kind of, and we don't realize it. And you have to wake up out of that. I had to wake up out of that, but I know for a fact all these years when all this shit was happening to me, as far as this targeted individual shit, and I just can't catch a break, and ain't nobody supporting nothing I do. And if for that dude, I'm telling you, when that shit happened in July, and that person wrote me and said, just on the app, not a personal message or nothing, but he said, and I can't remember who it was. I wish I took a screenshot of this shit. You might as well just start an OnlyFans. We pretty much locking you out of everything. You start an OnlyFans, you'll never make money. We'll make sure you'll never make a dime. And so to make it seem like I'm just crazy when I know that y'all have put me on the blacklist like that, that's just fucked up. But I also know that there's silver lining, because I do know that, where there's a will, there's a way. And I do know God conquers all, the God within, and the primordial energies that protect us, our individual awareness units, the dark matter that's all around us. I'm blessed in so many ways, and I know I'm so grateful for all of my gifts, and I'm so grateful for what I have, because I'm not one that's materialistic. I like little shit off Amazon too, my crystals and my shit, like my like oods. I be getting my shagaf oods, because I'm a bougie bitch. So I like my shagaf oods. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever heard. You guys know oud of the agarwood. But ouds are really nice, man. They're so nice. If you ever get you a nice good oud, I mean, I'm telling you, just Swiss Arabian, man. Them Arabs, man. They know how to make a perfume, man. We don't really fuck with them with much things else, but them motherfuckers can make they can make a perfume, boy. They know how to make a oud. Their perfumes and fragrances are superior to European fragrances. They just are. I tested, and even because they shit is the herbs they use real fucking oils and herbs and shit that last long, and that's you could feel the energy of that oud because they using real agarwood, real amber, real fucking vanilla, real. And I'm not saying because a lot of those European perfumes, they got a lot of chemicals in them. They put alcohol in that shit. It's not oil based. But I had to say, man, them motherfucking Arabians, man. And I ain't trying to be disrespectful and obnoxious, but they know how to make a perfume that makes fragrance. I don't think they call it perfume. I don't know what they call it. I know they call it oud, but they make a fragrance for your ass, boy. They have some of the most superior, and it's cheaper too. And the ingredients the quality is better. The quality is better. Them bottles be fucking beautiful as hell. Bottles look better, the quality is better, and then it smell better, and then it's cheaper. And so I hope they don't raise the prices. If y'all go out and start getting that Swiss Arabian, because then they got some good shit too, and you can put your intention on that stuff, and it do work. That them ouds, you put them oud on, and you go around walking around, and you don't and put intention on that oud. Oh, people will stop you. What the hell is that song? But you smell so good. Oh, you're so beautiful. Oh, you smell so good. Try it. I remember in the top 2018, first time I bought some damn oud. And I remember the lady, the priestess, she said, "You make sure you make sure it's you enchant it. You make give it your intention." And so I said, okay, when I wear this, oh, people just gonna think I'm motherfucking beautiful, and I ain't even gonna have to put. It's gonna be some glamour magic. I ain't gonna have to put no motherfucking makeup on. And no lie, I went to Target that same day with that oud on, and motherfuckers stopped me. I was like, "You are so pretty. You are so." I mean, like 3 people that same day, and I said, "There is no motherfucking way." Because I remember thinking, I mean, my hair was all right, but I'm like, hmm. So I know for a fact that it worked. I know for a fact that that ooh works. I'm telling you, you get your hand on you some good shagaf ooh. Oh yeah, Casablanca by Swiss Arabian. That's Florence by Swiss Arabian. That ain't no motherfucking joke either. Them some high quality. Now that's more kind of mimics more of the European style, but that's some high quality ass shit. Royal Mystery and all that shit, man. That's some that's some high quality, man. Y'all get your hands on some of that. It's type in Swiss Arabian, type in, they got the one for the men and the women's, and a lot of the things, a lot of their fragrances are unisex. So black women's and black men's, y'all can wear the same damn perfumes. If you when you get their ouds, because it say unisex on there. Now I personally like to, I don't care for unisex a little too strong for me, so I like to still go with uh the females, like if I like Casablanca's for like females, I believe Florence is for females, but they have the male versions of those too. They do have male ouds, things that's definitely for the men, but a lot of the ouds on the markets, they're always been unisex. It's always been something for that the males can spray on them and the females. It's always unisex, but I don't really care for the unisex. I like a very feminine, like vanillas and ambers and shit and rose. um, but yes, I know this was a heavy ass video. It's 12 a.m. It's heavy. I told you I was gonna pour out my soul, and I have to say, like, I'm always gonna, speak for Black Americans and the things I believe in. I ain't ever gonna change on that now. But as far as like that stuff that's in that the way that shit is currently with that reparation space, oh no, I ain't going near it, and I wouldn't recommend anyone go near it. And in terms of like where do we go when they actually like pass, like if they ever do pass that type of legislation and whatever, and they dolling out some type of resources, like we have to make that individual decision with our ancestors of what we gonna do, because I'm not setting it. I ain't about to be scapegoated and be set up for a play by these motherfuckers. And they telling they got you on paper talking about we Africans and giving up our birthright and all this shit in order to get a damn check. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Even if it was a cash payment and they try to say, hey, you say this, you get your check, or you get your money if you can say that you're African American and that you are as defined federally as a racial group from Africa. I'm not doing that, because that's putting down on, that's rewriting history, and it's covert, and so they'll take it paying you money for you to do that, and that's wickedness in my eyes. And I see the play for what it is, and I'm not giving up my motherfucking birthright. That's you paying, somebody is paying you to give up your birthright permanently. You can't see the play, and people would say, oh, you crazy or whatever. They got the shit already worked out in the legalese. They got you, I mean, what they changed the definition of black, so any racial, to literally to mean on the federal level, any racial group from Africa. Then they take an African American. Now, when they sit up there with this 1619 and transatlantic slave trade shit and do this reparations, and then say they do decide to give a cash payment to shut y'all up, and say this is, and they had that stuff off like that legally, and they have it all documented that you received a check, or that you got your genealogy all in a bureaucratic database. Hell nah. No, no, no. Because I know that the system is ran occultically. I know the government is ran by the occult. Ain't nobody stupid. And so I know how magic works. I know how ritual binding spells and reverse and mirror casting. I know how all that shit works. And I'm not playing that with these people. Because my bloodline went through the fucking ringer with this shit, with this occult shit. And so We out, we staying out. I'm not participating in that shit. Y'all participate in that if y'all want to, but don't say nobody didn't warn you. Don't say nobody didn't warn you, because I'm telling you how this shit works, and these people are master craftsmen. These are not people you think you just about to go and show some scholarship to and argue back and forth with. These people are fucking occultists. These are some of the most powerful warlocks and witches you will ever come up against, and some of them are in the reparation space. And guess they did come for my motherfucking ass, and we tagged each other ass up. I mean, we did whatever fuck we had to do. They got their team, I got my team. It is what it is. And so for that nigga to, whatever he gonna say, whatever he gonna do, he could play dumb all he want to, but he lost his protection from my team. What the fuck makes you think? Who you could say you don't know me, you don't know you ever heard of me, you don't know me from can of paint. Who the fuck you think that has been protecting you, you stupid nigga? You a stupid motherfucker to sit up there and tell a primordial ancient being, a female at that, that bloodline traces back to, and you would can deny it all you want, but then you try to sit up there and play and play stupid for your following and to cover face for the shit you did in that spiritual realm. Oh nigga, you lost your 125D protection because we always had compassion for that fucked up ass contract that you in. You think we can see that shit? And so we never we always had compassion, and so we always knew what the fuck was going on. So we was coming back for a lot of y'all, but you sit up there and play that shit, man. And I know I was a loving being for everybody, and all I wanted to do was like support and be cool with people and ride out for people and shit, man. And y'all sit up there and do that. Oh no. Shit, you about to see what it feels like to lose that type of protection. Some people is there, they are protectors, and you thinking that they just somebody that, some people, they do care for other people and they look out for you. Not everybody is a wicked ass motherfucker, you know. But when you sit up there and do that and do the shit that I saw you doing in that spiritual realm, and you still never made it right, and you sit up there and calling me bitch and trick and all this shit in private, but then you want to try to act amicable and then say you don't got no enemies, but you secretly blacklisted me. Oh, you about to see what it feels like to lose some spiritual protection. I'm not sitting up here telling you I'm doing no ritual, no, I don't have to do that shit. I don't sit here and make other people problems my problems, or be sitting there wishing harm and thinking crazy shit about people. I don't spend my energy doing that. That's stupid to me. I don't spend my energy sitting here about to do no damn ceremonial magic ritual to try to get back at you. I don't have to do that. The fuck? But I know you lost your protection, a big chunk of your protection, because I know for a fact what my team has been doing to protect you. You sit up there and play them type of games and play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You don't treat people, innocent people, like that. Even if they really did have a fucking mental problem, man, you don't sit up there and just the way you was handling shit. Oh, you was stupid, you trick, you this, you that, and you knew that person had been. You fuck with some primordial energies that's on your head, and it's deeper because it's not just me that you were fucking with. Spiritually, you've done enough to where chickens have come home to roost, and this is not somebody that I'm not threatening you. I can't do nothing to you. I ain't trying to harm you. I don't watch you. I'm not no fucking gang stalker like y'all motherfuckers, man. I don't like you. I don't sit up. I don't work for the government. I'm not no informant. None of that. And if you want to make that claim, talking about somebody talking greasy about you, they call and tell pro nigga, you better prove that, because you got the money and the resources to prove that. I need you. You can't put that jacket on me. I don't got shit. Who the fuck I'm working for? I need the motherfucking know, because they show me to pay my motherfucking ass. Because don't nobody check in with me or secretly monitor. No, nobody. Don't nobody be. Can't nobody. Mm-mm. I'm not on nobody's motherfucking payroll. Not nowhere near, even remotely. So Don't try to sit up there and save face by pulling that. Oh, that cheese must be going to. Y'all need to prove that. I need y'all motherfuckers to prove it. Prove who paid. Y'all got the resources. You make a claim like that, and you a black gatekeeper, and you the one that's trying to project. Nah, nigga, you gonna be held to. That's why he'll never say my name. That nigga scared as hell. Cause you know I got a file on your ass. You just sit up there last week gonna tell my people that you on code with yourself. You gonna say I'm on code with myself, and then justify the killing of Malcolm X. What kind of shit is you on, my nigga? What kind of shit is you on? And then talking about, oh, I don't have beef with people. I don't have beef. Nigga, we got a record of 10 years of you just starting constant shit with people. Like, how you, is your following can't be that stupid. Like, they clearly saw you beefing with mad motherfuckers over all these years. I'm not the type of person that should be having beef. So bitch, why you have beef all these years with over 10 fucking people? All these people got you. Now you trying to mirror cast, nigga. You can't mirror cast nobody else's energy. You damn sure can't mirror cast my energy, and I catch your motherfucking ass copying my shit, but then you trying to blacklist me behind the scenes and doing fucked up ass shit and then gonna deny it. Of course you're gonna deny it. And then tell my community that I'm crazy. Nah, y'all the motherfuckers that's crazy because y'all sit over there following a nigga that literally told y'all he's on cold with himself, even though he tell y'all about being on cold. But that cold went out that window when that Vlad check came. Ooh, y'all niggas is gonna get it bad, boy. Y'all following motherfuckers right off a cliff. These niggas ain't worried about nobody but the contracts that they under and the deals that they gotta honor. And y'all motherfuckers is too stupid to see that, thinking that worshiping idols, being an idol worshiper. I learned that the hard way too. I'll tell you this, nigga. I've learned my lesson. 12 years. Oh, I've learned my lesson. I'll never follow anybody again. I'll never follow, like being a follow and like just listening and just, oh, they say one thing. Okay, they said this. Let's do that. Let's follow. I'll never do that again. You want to talk about being your own motherfucking leader? Oh, I am the God of me. I am the leader of myself. I'll never just let nobody. Oh no, I'll never spend 12 years or even a year giving anybody my energy like that. As far as just following someone or just listening to, I'll never do that again. That was the biggest life lesson I've ever learned. You don't sit and do that. I would tell Black Americans, don't sit up there and go for group thinking and all that. Don't go and be swayed by group thinking, just following someone and thinking, they don't, you don't get nothing out of it. Them motherfuckers don't care about nobody but they self. And when's your next motherfucking donation? But I'll never do that again. Ever, ever, ever in life will I do that again. And that's on God. Like, what a powerful lesson to learn. What a hard lesson to learn too. What a hard lesson to learn, that kind of cruelty. And it's cruelty. You could feel it. I could feel that he gets off on that and he hides that side from people. It's hard because it's so unfathomable that people can live a double side like that and be psychotic. Like, like have one side and then show another side. And you could see it in their spirit though. I could see it in the eyes. But y'all never I couldn't see it. I could see it now. I couldn't see it at first. But y'all never wanted to see that. I could see that clear as day now in the eyes. That person is hiding a whole nother part of themselves because they an informant. And so they gotta hide. And you could feel that energy, like I don't give a fuck about nobody but myself. I could feel that on him. I could feel that on him now. And I could tell that it's displeasing to the ancestors. It's displeasing to that energy that he's trying to represent. And it's like they're gonna push back on that shit. So you better get right, man. I told you to make that shit right. You ain't make it right. You're still playing stupid and playing dumb. And we ain't gotta ever, interact or anything like that. But you ain't gotta do all that bullshit either. You know. But like I said, nobody gets away with nothing. Nobody gets away with nothing. I don't care how much you could have a secret society and hide stuff and have a network and have a team that's gonna cover for you and have people like Wani throw me under and do the bullshit she pulled. It's all good. Shit, I seen them Babylonian chains around y'all motherfucking necks for a reason. I'm staying out of that shit, boy, because I already know it's hell. It's hell on earth, and y'all can't fool me and try to sacrifice or try to get me to, to go into some contract and switch deals or switch roles. Hell nah. I'm sorry, buddy. Can't do it. No way. No matter the consequences. And like I said, something happened to me, and I know that you the person behind, and I'm in that afterlife. You're gonna be following shortly after, buddy. And then we already told you what dimension you're going to and who owns your energy marker in the afterlife. Play stupid with your following if you want to try to make me seem like I'm just some crazy black bitch. You can play stupid all you want to, honey. Because your ass is mine in that spiritual realm. Because the contract is all I already seen it, and I already know what was switched and who switched it over. And guess what? I don't know. I'm a liberator. So that I'm not a consume. I don't like to control people. I'm not into mind control, and I don't do slavery, and I don't need other people's motherfucking energy. I am a light generator. I am the morning star. Okay. And so I ain't trying to play, enslave nobody and keep nobody in chains and in the afterlife or none of that shit. I don't need it. I'm traversing here and we traverse right on out of this bitch and go back to 125D. And just because you go on a 125D, when your motherfucking ass died, uh, you gonna be right in school. You're gonna be right at the baby level, sweetie. Gonna be right at the baby level because you gotta go right back to where you started from. 'Cause y'all don't understand spiritual shit, but I do. And we chased his ass right down in this dimension. Yep. And yeah, nigga, yeah, you gonna be learning your 1, 2, 3s and ABCs up in that 125D because you are definitely a baby in the spiritual realm. You are not mature at all, but you are of our light code, and we know exactly what happened to you. So, but you are not mature at all, so you won't have any of the privileges. And it'd be interesting to see that that switch around. It would be interesting to see the switch in terms of the role I had to play on planet Earth, and then the role you got to play on planet Earth, and then the role we get to play in 125D. The role I get to play in 125D, and the role you get to play. Woo! Talk about some irony. That shit gonna be funny as hell, and I'm be laughing. I'll be laughing right in your face too. Yup, honey. I'm gonna be laughing right in your face. You could say, "Oh, she is a crazy black bitch," and then I'm not abusive. I'm not abusive at all. Um, but yeah, you gonna be right and with the kids. But guess those are that's what it is. You're too spiritually young. You're too spiritually immature. You got a lot to learn. You got a lot to learn, honey. You got a lot to learn. And I do too. I do too. And I'm 32 years old. So I got a hell of a lot to learn. But I ain't out here to be guiled by the wheels of this illusion. And we've tried to wake you up on multiple occasions since you were 17 years old and you ignored every sign. And yeah, you walked your ass right into a trap, nigga. Like I said, you picked the right one to barter your soul with. You picked the right one. He know what I'm talking to. He could act dumb and play dumb. Like I said, I don't mean nobody no harm. Not even you. I don't mean nobody no harm. I ain't gonna hurt nobody. Even though I'm pissed off as hell and at my community and the things that I know has happened. I ain't sitting up here thinking about how I'm gonna get revenge and all that. I don't think like that. I think of how I'm gonna ascend and how I'm gonna maintain my motherfucking vibration and increase ever even more energies from the exoverse and the galaxy. Um, and then transmute that shit into love. That's all I'm about. Cause I sure got access to insurmountable, infinite intelligence and infinite energy. So I don't need to take from nobody's energy. And I can't understand. And I pray so much for anybody that was had their soul broken like that by this fucked up ass system, that is fucked up ass government. I pray for your healing and that you do that work one day to get to put your soul back to get to retrieve it rather, and to heal and to break free off from under that bondage and to break free from them type that it's horrific. I don't think y'all will understand what I could see in that spiritual. Y'all never understand it. But if we do that work, everybody do their work. That's the goal for humanity is to turn uh, mass mass narcissism uh, into mass enlightenment. You know, uh, mass ego into enlightenment rather. But y'all thinking somebody got to die for you to do that, and it's like y'all better apply them teachings. Y'all sit up there in that black church all these damn years, 20, 30 years. Y'all better apply them. Y'all better really read that book, and not just read it, but really study that shit from an esoteric science, thinking of how do I awaken my pineal gland, and how do I fucking break a time loop. Think of that type of stuff. How do I break a time loop, and how do I get back to my higher self in terms of my connection to the creator God? How do I become, when they talk about like, okay, you are all God, you are sons of the most High. How do I actually get that? Think of that type of shit. Stop thinking of someone coming to come and save you and get you, and think more of that. And that's how you'll meet the Jesus energy. That's how you meet Jesus. If you want to, the black church. I don't have no beef with no black church. I know I like that energy. I know they went too far. I like the small time stuff. I don't like that mega shit. I like it real and authentic, like real spirituality and real kindness and looking out for people in our community. Like I like that type of shit. If we were gonna do like the church stuff, I'm all for it, but it gotta be righteous. I can't do no corruption. I can't sit up there in no big ass mega fucking church and everybody ain't nobody enlightened. Y'all just talking about prosperity gospels and nah, that ain't me. If we gonna sit up there and be in some damn church somewhere, oh, we about to be filled with that Holy Ghost, and we about to be performing motherfucking miracles. I lift my hand, I'll knock your motherfucking ass out with just lifting my hand up, but heal your ass, and we gonna be turning bread into motherfucking and different loaves and shit and water and the wine. I'm for it, and I know for a fact that that type of science and metaphysics is real. So if I'm gonna ever get involved with something like that, we gonna be on some Essene shit. We gonna be on some Nazarite shit. We gonna be on some uh Nagamati, some so the Essenes, that type shit, the real true gnostics of Baseldes, that type real shit, where we got some power and we are a force for good. If I'm gonna ever be up in some damn church, shit, we gonna be healing motherfuckers, turning breads into damn what they say, to turn into those 5 loaves into 5,000 loaves and all this stuff. That transfiguration of the matrix, that shit is real. We talking about glitching, you talking about holographic technology. That's the shit the CIA got. They hide that shit from you. That's the shit that Jesus had cracked. That's why they killed his ass. It's any human can do that, by the way. They got the people in India can do that. Even to this day, they just monitor the fuck out of them. Or they kill their ass, or they are under oath once again. It's Masons that can do that. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Y'all think this shit is a game. Y'all they hiding the good shit. But yeah, that stuff where they can turn, it's man, once you understand that you're dealing with a quantum supercomputer and your brain is like a transducer, and you think when they talk about this idea of creating that wheel, y'all think that shit is a joke. No, that shit is real as a motherfucker. Ask me how I know that shit is real as day. And no, I can't manifest that will on everything, but I've had experience where I know I've done it, and I know I know that it's based on the power of the mind, the power of the brain, and your will and your intention and your frequency, but also your understanding of electromagnetism and your understanding of resonance. And it does require plenty of study in mystery schools, which is what Jesus did. But um, that information that's in that book will allow you to even figure that out. Now, if you really, really, really want, um, you know, some real shit, and you want to study with stuff he actually studied, then that's when you will need. I want to go there. That's when you will need to understand some information as far as his travels and Kemet, as far as Commission science, as well as the Agori practices of the Shakti school of thought, the Shakti, the Vamachara, and his practices in India. And yeah, yeah, that will get you that. I like to say them Hindus don't know what they doing, and I seen them Hindus take their motherfucking hand and make fire from their motherfucking hand. Y'all think this shit is a game. And these people, y'all play with them Hindu shit if y'all want to try to come at they shit and attack they shit. They got some, and and knowing that there's some sort of connection between this, and I'm still studying this, and I know they got it in some vault somewhere where they hid it. They had to hide that information as far as those connections because I could feel it in my soul. But man, and they got the video. It's not like I'm just making it up. Yeah, like they got a video where these fucking Hindu priestess, man. And I don't mean no disrespect on that. You know I'm kind of ghetto, but they wave their motherfucking hand, whoop, and there's some fire. That's energy. That's powerful. Hey, and I'm telling you, I've seen shit like that. I've done shit like not the fire thing, but with other stuff. And yeah, that shit is real. You know, y'all think these people, Hanuman is a demon, and I'm not pushing nothing on nobody. I'm not pushing nothing. You ain't gotta go and study nothing, or you could just stay black and die. You ain't gotta do nothing. But I'm just talking, you know. But that's some powerful ass energy. Oof. Have you ever powerful like you ever come into contact with like a Hanuman energy? Man, that energy is so powerful. It's not even funny. It's scary how powerful that energy is. Like you think Shiva is something. I mean, even just something like Hanuman. I mean, Hanuman is that's a big boy. That's like whoa, and that's not a demonic energy. Those are primordial energies. Same with Kali Ma. Yep, it's some that's some stuff. I ain't pushing nothing nobody. Y'all do what y'all want to do. Y'all do what y'all want to do. I ain't got time to push no ideology on no. I have my own idea. I created the Nakti philosophy to break my motherfucking MK Ultra to reach my levels of what I needed to do. And I just gave it out for free for anybody who just wanted to take it. You ask some questions, you ask some questions. But other than that, I ain't out here trying to push nothing on nobody. I do my Nakti Queen mothership and live in a tribe as a tribe of one in my own world and be content. And be quite happy. I mean, I ain't saying all every day, everybody had a motherfucking moments, right? Everybody had a moments, but I ain't gonna hold you. I'll be sitting in bliss consciousness and be chilling. I'll be chilling. And if I'm not in bliss consciousness, I'm going to sit and purposely enjoy my bread and circus. Shit, I'm gonna purposely enjoy my bread and circus, and I ain't gonna be feeling guilty about that. I ain't gonna be feeling guilty about none of that because I know you're supposed to have fun on planet Earth. I know you're supposed to be relaxing on planet Earth. I know you're supposed to be chilling on planet Earth as well as learning and evolving your soul. But you have to have recess time. You're supposed to have recess. Life is not supposed to be about just working and struggling 40 hours a week and all this shit and struggling to make ends meet. That ain't right. That ain't life. That is not life. That's spiritual death. People scared about physical death. You need to be scared about spiritual death. It's physical people walking around, but spiritually dead. And that to me is something that is a no for me. I'll die a physical death before I'll be spiritually dead. No way. Mm-mm. Hell no. Yeah, but let me get my black ass up off of here. Was Sheila Jackson Lee passed away? What? Sheila Jackson Lee passed away? Ooh. Wasn't it a crazy ass week? We had the IT glitch, the Biden situation, Trump, that little stage stuff they pulled with Trump, and then Sheila Jackson. That's crazy. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Well, let me get up on out of here. Hey, Dark Nate, you said everyone did us dirty. Yep, they sure did. And hey, 11 Theory as well. Yeah, it's a dirty game, man. Stay free, and stay loving yourself and worthy, and knowing that you are worthy. Knowing that you are worthy. Yeah. Love you guys. Bye.